Hello? I can't hear. No. Hello? اتكلم معاك. Hello? Hello, good morning. Hello, hello. Yes.
Hi, everyone. Hey, Kamal. Am I audible to you? Kamal, am I audible to you? Hello, everyone. Kamal, am I audible to you?
Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning, sir. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello, Kamal.
Hello, good morning. You can hear me?
Kamal, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Yes. Can you hear me? Hello.
Kamal, are you there? Am I audible?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me, please?
Hello, guys. Am I audible?
Oh, can you hear me?
Kamal, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, please. Hello. Hello. Good morning. Hello. Hello.
Kamal, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Good
Kamal,
morning.
am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, but
Hello.
Kamal, please, you speak up because
Yes,
yeah, you are
I'm
on
trying
unmute
to
now.
speak. I'm
Seems like,
telling to say good morning
but
many
I'm not getting your
times just
voice.
to give you the opportunity to hear me. Hello, hello. I am here.
Kamal,
Hello,
I'm not
sir.
getting your voice.
I can hear
Okay,
you
let's do
clearly.
one thing. Let me connect it once again. It could be some
Okay.
technical issue. Okay.
Yeah, please. Hello.
Kamal, am I audible to you now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh,
Good
great,
morning.
great. Thank you. Very good morning.
Welcome.
How are you doing now?
Welcome. Fine, alhamdulillah.
Okay. So let's say continue. Where's Rimi today?
Sorry?
Where is Rimi?
I can't see anybody here.
Exactly, because
Mr. Atin, I think he's with us.
yeah, okay. So will he be on leave today or what?
Sorry?
Will he be on leave today?
I'm not sure.
Okay, okay, no problem. So let's continue now. So last time because we covered advanced sharing, one participant can share at a time, multiple participants can share. Okay. So I'm sharing my screen with you right now. So because last time we covered, are you able to see the screen of my laptop?
No, I can't see anything from your screen anyway.
Okay. Is it visible to you now?
No, still.
Still not. Okay. Let me try it again. Share. Okay, I believe now you can look at the screen of
Yes,
my
I
laptop.
can see it now.
Oh, great, great.
It's great.
So, because last time we covered the basic statistics, let me give you a quick recap, okay?
Yes, please.
Because last time we covered the 7QC tools,
Yes.
okay? In 7QC tools, we covered the histogram,
Yeah. Bar chart,
yeah, Pareto chart,
scatter plot,
scatter plot, yeah. What else?
causes and effect.
Cause and effect, great.
Yeah.
Cause and effect diagram. What else?
Control chart,
Control chart, great.
flow chart,
Flow chart,
and the last one is check sheet.
check sheet. So these were the 7 quality control tools that we covered the last time. And apart from this, we covered the types of data. Yeah.
Uh, Binominal.
Yeah. So types of data that was a continuous data. Yes,
And
exactly.
discrete
Yes.
data.
Yeah. So continuous data and discrete data. Yeah. So just give me a sec. Okay.
Rinig.
Hello.
Yeah, hi guys. I'm very sorry because there was an urgent call from the office.
No problem. It's okay.
So yeah. So now, who's the next guy? What's the name, please? Apart from Kamal.
Lito.
Uh, okay. Say it again, please. How do you pronounce it?
Joselito.
Asilito. Okay. No problem. So fine. So, because last time we had covered the 7QC tools and the basic statistics, in basic statistics, we had covered the types of data. So, guys, there are two types of data as per basic statistics. So, the first category of the data is continuous data. Okay, continuous data. So Lito, just this is a recap session. Okay, now just by giving you a quick recap, I'll continue from the next topic. Okay, okay, Slito. Then discrete data. Okay, so Kamal, this is what we had covered the last time. Yes,
Yes.
and then we covered the measure of central tendency. Also, we covered measure of
Spread.
spread. Great. And what else we covered the last time? That's it. That these all things we covered, and also the overview part of the Six Sigma. Yes.
Yeah.
So out of all this content, if you have any query, any doubt, you may ask Kamal, or now
For
we
the
are moving.
meantime, it's okay.
Yeah. Okay. For the timing, no query. Okay. So let's continue further now. So last time we covered, if I give you in measure of spread, measure of spread, there are some measures of spread to identify that how the data is distributed around a central point in a data set, and these measures are range, quartile, interquartile range, stability factor, variance, and standard deviation. Yes. So now let's discuss about the normal distribution. The normal distribution. Okay. What is normal distribution? Is the screen visible to you both? Kamal, can you see the screen of my laptop?
Yes, clearly.
And what's about you, gentlemen? The another one? Joselito, can you also see the screen of my
Yes.
laptop?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
Yes.
great, great.
Thank you.
Right. So now let's continue with the normal distribution concept. So what is the normal distribution? This concept was given by Sir Carl Friedrich Gauss. He was a German mathematician. A German mathematician, Sir Friedrich Gauss, gave this concept. And why did he give this concept? Because he said the entire business world is full of uncertainties. The entire business world is full of uncertainties because we do not know how many products will be sold next month. We don't know how much will be the demand of my product in the market next month. we don't know how many units of product we will be able to manufacture next month. So uncertainties for these facts haunt even the best business planners in the world. So all business planners in the order to make rational decision want to have a numeric values of such uncertainties. So probability can be best understood as numerical value of uncertainty and probability distributions. So this probability distribution can be understood as such a distribution where we can find the probability of outcomes. So with the help of such probability distributions, we can predict whether what is the certain precision, the probability that we will get certain random variables. So normal distribution is also a type of probability distribution where we can easily assign numerical values for the uncertainties of certain event. So the concept of normal distribution was developed by Sir Carl Gauss, Sir Carl Friedrich Gauss. He was a German mathematician. So by giving this concept, he explained it in this way. He said that if you are dealing with any type of business, if you are dealing with any type of business, so because you don't know how much will be the demand of your product in the in the market in the next month, yes or no?
Yes.
And also you don't know how many units of product you will be able to manufacture next month.
Yes, sure.
Yeah. So how to manage these uncertainties? So these uncertainties are called, the entire business world is full of uncertainties. Yeah. So for this, Sir Carl Gauss gave a concept, and this concept is called as a normal distribution. So how did he explain this concept? In this concept, he said that if you are doing with any of the business, let's find out the average performance of that business or the metric. So by finding out the average performance of the metric, also simultaneously find out the standard deviation, and then add that standard deviation one time to the mean, and at the same time minus that standard deviation one time from the mean, then add the standard deviation to the mean of the performance two times, and then simultaneously subtract the standard deviation from the mean two times, then add the standard deviation three times. Simultaneously subtract the standard deviation three times from the mean. So now, what will be the percentage of the process that will fall between this range? Please do not get confused, because I'll give you an example also on this concept, so that will make you clear about the concept. Okay, so as per the concept, the probability of the process falling between plus minus the standard deviation around the mean will be 68%. Will be 68%. Okay. The probability of following the process between plus minus 2 standard deviation about the mean will be 95.4%. The probability of following the process between plus 3 standard deviation and minus 3 standard deviation around the mean will be 99.74%. So this will be the normal distribution graph. And also a curve, a bell-shaped curve is plotted on this distribution. Okay, this is called a normal distribution curve. So how to understand it? Let's say, do we know about pizza delivery process? What is the threshold time, guys, to deliver a pizza in your country, at your places? Is it 30 minutes or what?
Yes, 30 minutes minimum.
Yeah, minimum. Yeah, that's not the minimum. That's maximum.
Okay.
Yes, of course. This is the maximum because any pizza should not take time in getting delivered more than 30 minutes. So it is the maximum time, isn't it? Yes, my friend.
Okay.
Yeah, the pizza can be
Okay.
delivered
Yeah.
within 30 minutes. So 30 minutes is the maximum time. So let's say now you visited to some of the pizza outlet in your at your place and you placed an order for a pizza, and the pizza was delivered to you in 25 minutes. Because just getting too much late, you spoke to the outlet manager and you spoke to him that what's the sense of delivering the pizza in 25 minutes, whereas we are sitting in your own outlet. Would be better if we would have placed an order sitting at our home if you wanted to make us wait for 25 minutes. So this is not right. So that pizza outlet manager came to know that you are a Six Sigma professional, and he suggested to both of you, that Kamal and the other gentleman, that please help me in keeping my process in the right path, in the right track. So you asked the pizza outlet manager that, okay, how we can help you. The pizza outlet manager told you that, okay, I want you to do some analysis of my data. Of which data? Of pizza delivery times data. So what you did, you collected the data of last delivery of last day. The whole pizza delivery took places the last day. So that outlet manager gave you the data of previous day for all the pizza deliveries that took places. So, and you performed some analysis on that data. On which data? Of pizza deliveries. Of which pizza deliveries that took places yesterday. So let's say yesterday thousands of pizza were delivered in that pizza outlet, and they gave you the data for doing the analysis. Out of the data of pizza delivery, you came to know that what is the average time of each pizza delivered. So let's say the average time came up 25 minutes. This is what? This is what? This is the average pizza time of what? The pizza that had been delivered yesterday. Okay. And now from the same data, you can identify the standard deviation. What is the standard deviation? Let's say the standard deviation comes up 5 minutes. And these, what is the average delivery time of each pizza? That was 25 minutes. So as per this distribution, the 25 will come where? The 25 will come here. This is the 25 minutes. Okay, tell me one thing, guys. If the average time of each pizza delivery coming 25 minutes, so does it mean the each pizza was delivered exactly in 25 minutes?
No.
Exactly, no.
No.
Yes, very true. Because some of the pizza might have been delivered lesser than 25 minutes, and some of the pizza might have been delivered more than 25 minutes. That's why the average time is coming 25 minutes. And what is the standard deviation? The standard deviation is 5 minutes. What is the standard deviation? The way we calculated it last time, I believe you know what is the standard deviation. Yes, because we understood this. What is the standard deviation? While covering the topic of measure of spread, so while covering this topic, measure of spread, so we covered the range, the quartile, interquartile range, stability factor, variance, and standard deviation. So from the same data of pizza delivery, from which we calculated the average pizza delivery time, from the same data we can identify the standard deviation. What does it mean by standard deviation, guys? Kamal, do you remember what does it mean by standard deviation of any data?
Yeah, the standard deviation actually tell us the average distance of data point.
Exactly. Yes. That is the average distance of each the data point from the mean.
From the mean.
Joselito, can you also answer it? What is the standard deviation? Can you also give a try?
Average distance from the mean.
Yeah, so that is the definition, but in actual, the meaning of a standard deviation, because here we are saying each pizza was not delivered exactly in 25 minutes. Some of the pizza might have been delivered below than 25 minutes, and some of the pizza might have been delivered above than 25 minutes. So what was that average fluctuation below and above 25 minutes? That will be standard deviation.
Okay. Hey.
What was that average fluctuation of pizza delivery time above and below of 25 minutes? That will be my standard deviation. Okay. So now, as per the data that was given to you by the pizza outlet manager, from that data you calculated that all the pizza delivery time was 25 minutes. Average pizza delivery time was 25 minutes and the standard deviation was 5 minutes. So as per this normal distribution curve, Sir Carl Friedrich Gauss explained that if you can identify the mean or the average performance of your metric and the standard deviation of your metric, so you can explain about the process consistency rate. How?
Okay.
Yeah. So he explained that by identifying the average, then add one time standard deviation to that 25. So let's 5 is the standard deviation. If I will add 5 to the 25, it will become 30.
30.
1 standard deviation. Now add 2 standard deviation. It will become 35 this time. Now add 3 standard deviation. It will become 30, now 40.
40.
Yeah.
Yes.
Similarly, now minus 1 standard deviation from 25. So it will become 20.
20.
Now minus 2 standard deviation from 25. It will become 15. Now minus 3 standard deviation from 25. It will become 10. Yes, guys?
Yes.
So as per this example of pizza delivery, it is saying here, let's say if yesterday 100 pizza were delivered, so there is a probability that out of 100 pizza, 68 pizza had been delivered between 20 minutes till 30 minutes. There is a probability that out of 100 pizza, 95 pizza must have been delivered between 15 minutes till 35 minutes. There is a probability out of 100 pizza, 99.74 pizza must have been delivered between 10 minutes till 40 minutes. As per this data, as per this statistics score value, as per the 25 average delivery time and 5 minutes of standard deviation rate, if any pizza delivery process is giving me an average pizza delivery time of 25 minutes and 5 minutes is the standard deviation for that process, there will be a probability that 68% of the process will fall between 20 minutes till 30 minutes. 95% of the process will fall between 15 minutes till 35 minutes. Between out 99.74% process out of 100% will fall between 10 minutes till 40 minutes. So because for the pizza, if any pizza is being delivered more than 30 minutes, so that will be defect for me. So if I draw a perpendicular line from here, so all the pizza that had been delivered more than in more than 30 minutes, this will be a defective part for me. So being a process owner or being a process leader, I would like to work on this area, that what happened to all these deliveries if they took more than 30 minutes in getting delivered. Okay, so that's how we can understand the normal distribution curve. Normal distribution curve also explains the peak point of the curve, the peak point of the curve. Let's say this is the peak point of this curve. So the peak point of the curve, wherever touches the x-axis, that will be mean of the data distribution. Normal distributed data will always contain a unimodal. Okay, unimodal, because last time I had explained you there are three types of data, there are three types of mod in the data: unimodal, bimodal and multimodal. So this is a unimodal data. If any data is following a normal distribution pattern, that data will be in unimodal. Okay, unimodal means there will be a single highest bar in the data. Because what is unimodal? Unimodal means there is only a single highest bar in the data, that I explained you last time also. Okay, in the normal distribution curve, in the normal distribution curve, the tail of this curve, if you are looking at the movement of my cursor, the tail of this curve on the both side, left and right, will never touch the x-axis. Okay, why it will not touch the x-axis? Because we can never develop the mechanism or the technology or any medium that can give me 100% defect free production. or defect will always be there in the processes. Only we can minimize them, we can reduce them. We can never develop or create the mechanism or the technology that can give me 100% defect free production. So that's why this x-axis will never touch this tail. The tail of this curve will never touch the x-axis, and this curve is called a bell-shaped curve. Why? Because the shape of this curve is look like a bell. Okay, and the characteristic of the normal distributed data, this will always be a unimodal data. Unimodal data, that it will contain only a one single highest bar, and that bar will be in the mid of the data distribution, like this, what I'm creating here for you to give you an example. Okay, all the bars will be smaller than this, and the data will be distributed both sides symmetrically in a normal distributed data. The data will be distributed both sides of this mid highest bar identically. So you will find this kind of bar if any data will be in normal distribution. You will find this type of bars, and these bars will be identical in both sides of the mid highest bar. Identical means the similar pattern. The bars will follow the similar pattern on both sides of right and left, like this. Okay, if the data will be symmetrically or identically divided on both sides of this midpoint, so automatically my median will also fall at the
Bridge.
midpoint. Yes, at the mid. And similarly, if my data is following a pattern of identical or normal distribution, or equally data is distributed on the both side of this mid valley, then my mean will also be fall at the same point, and my mode is already falling at the same point. So my means is here of saying, in normal distribution data, mean, median and mode, all three will fall at the same point, and the data will be symmetrically distributed on both sides and identically means the pattern will be the same on both side data, on the left and on the right of this midpoint, and this bell shaped curve will touch the x-axis at the mean point. Okay, so these are the characteristics of normal distribution data. Let me explain you on Minitab also how to plot a bell shaped curve on histogram, so that you will have a better comprehension about it. So guys, this is the Minitab, and let me open the data for you. This is the data for giving you an example of normal distribution. So this is the data. Okay, let me explain you the data first. In this data, in the first column, we have the employees IDs, then employees usernames, then client user ID, the client for whom they are working in the organization, and the process, what process they are into, and location. Like this is the data of India, so that's why you will find here the name of India's areas, different places, so Bangalore and different areas. Data of defects here, that which employee, who of the employees is giving me how many defects, what is the qualification background of that employee, what is his marital status, who is his immediate reporting manager, who was his trainer, who is his immediate manager, what is the level of his working right now, whether he is working at level 1 or level 2, what shift that employee is into, from which month of the data it has been captured, the date, the total hours, the count of defects, the cycle time, and the handling time of that employee, the age of that employee, and the tenure of that employee. Tenure means the experience in that particular company of that employee, and the quality score of that employee, and the customer satisfaction score of that employee. Okay, so this is the data. So if on this data I'll plot, this is the metric of cycle time. Let's say I want to initiate a project on reducing the cycle time in the process, or the processing time in the process. So what I would like to do, I would like to check whether this data is in normal distribution or not. So how to check that? On Minitab, we would like to go to Stat, Basic Statistics, and Graphical Summary. Once we will click on Graphical Summary, we will find two empty boxes here. The first is here, second one is here. So once I'll click in the first empty box, in the first white empty box, it will ask me to fetch the data here. So let's say I want to do the analysis on this data, cycle time, which is lying in column number C18. Once I'll double click on the C18 data or option, the data will be automatically fetched in this white box. So I have clicked here, double clicked here, and the data is automatically be fetched here. Now I'll click on OK, and it will give me a graph. This is the graph. So this is looking like the normal distribution graph, what I was explaining you here. Okay, so this is the graph. Okay, so this graph is saying me this is a unimodal data. Why this is a unimodal data? Because this data distribution, this entire data distribution contains only one single highest bar, and that only single highest bar is where? That is here. This is the only single highest bar. Okay, now the another characteristic of normal distributed data, the data must be symmetrically divided on left side of this single highest bar and right side of this single highest bar. So is the data identically divided or symmetrically divided on the both side or not here?
No.
No. And what's about you, the another gentleman?
No.
Okay, yes, both of you are correct. Why the data is not distributed symmetrically both side or equally both side of this single highest bar? Because these are the variation, these are the data points. Okay, we do not have any such type of pattern on this on the left side. So that's why the data is not symmetrically distributed. So this data is not a normal distributed data. Okay, so that's how we can identify from the graph whether the data is in normal distribution or not. Okay, so while to measure the process capability, to measure the process capability of any process, the data must be in normal distribution. Why? Because when we have the variation in the data, or when we have some these kind of data points, like the data points are falling here, 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 so that point of time data will not give me the correct process capability. So to measure the correct process capability of the data, I must remove the outliers from the data. Okay, so that's why if we have any outlier in the data, so before measuring the process capability, we must remove those outliers from the data. Okay, so for that we have an option in the Minitab that I'll let you know later when we will learn how to measure the process capability. Okay, so now this was about the normal distribution. Now we have completed with the overview part, 7QC tools and basic statistics. So we have to discuss now about the define phase, that what we have to do in define phase. So in define phase, these are the deliverables. in define phase, these are the deliverables that first of all we have to plan. Is it visible to you guys?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we have to plan that what by which date we will be able to complete with the define phase, and then we have to mention here the actual completed date of that phase. Then we have to work here on deliverable 1. D1 means deliverable 1, that will be project map project, then approved project, and then key deliverables in define phase will be list of customers and project CTQs, team charter or project charter, high level process map, CAP plan or optional, preliminary CBA cost benefit analysis if applicable. Okay, so I'll explain you one by one to all these deliverables to you. Now, in define phase, we have to work on project mapping and pre-DMAC analysis. We have to work on project charter. We have to work on terms and acronyms. We have to work on recipe, communication plan, flowchart, and Cipo or copies. So these are the deliverables on which we have to work in define phase. So if you are looking at here the project mapping, what does it mean? So before initiating any project, this is the very first stage. This is the very beginning stage of initiating the project. So how to initiate the project? There are two types of initiating any project. Okay, if I ask you when to initiate the Six Sigma project, when we should do a Six Sigma project, guys, do we have any answer of it?
I can answer.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, when we have some defects in some stage of whatever the project, it depends. You are in a hospital, you are in a company, or you are a small supermarket, whatever. Yeah. If we know that there is some defect, so we will work on fixing them. Maybe, I don't know.
And Joselito, any answer from you?
No idea.
Okay, no problem, my friend. So when we should initiate a Six Sigma project, my friends, Six Sigma project can be initiated only when the solution is very complex and we do not know the causes behind the issue. When to initiate a lean project? Lean project can be initiated when the solution is very complex and we know the causes. When we know the causes, we will initiate a lean project. When we do not know the causes of the issue, when we do not know the reasons, then we will initiate a Six Sigma project. Okay, Six Sigma project can be initiated for two types of customer, because as I explained you in the previous session, there are two type of customers we have. So the first type of customer will be the internal customer, the customers from the organization itself. Why we are calling them as a customer? Because in an organization we have several departments, like we may have HR department, we may have admin department, we may have operation, we may have quality department, we may have IT department. Yes, so these are the several departments. And if you also have a department in your organization that is called a Central of Operation Excellence or Process Excellence, and you are a part of that process excellence, being a Six Sigma professional, if you are a part of the process excellence department in your organization, so you may have some requirement from the different departments to be fixed, the issue other departments are struggling with. You are the right person, or you are the leader to approach to fix those issues in the other departments. So if you are going to initiate any project for your own organization in other departments issue, then that will be the internal customers project. Internal customers project, why? Because those customers are my colleagues or my organization's employees. Now, what could be the external customers. External customers could be the client or the customer who are using my service, who are using my product. Those could be the external customer. So external customer, either the client who has outsourced me his or her business, or the customers and the or the end users who are using my service. Okay, so these will be the external customers. Now, being a part of the process excellence team, if you are initiating a project in your organization, so might be you are into a conversation with the different stakeholders. Like, there is a stakeholder in your organization whose name is Mr. George Smith, and he is the CEO of the Tech Smith. And he is explaining you, and you are also one of the part of Tech Smith company. And in that Tech Smith company, you are the part of the process excellence department. So the CEO of the Tech Smith company wants to have a discussion or have a meeting with you to explain you the issues the company is struggling with. So while in the meeting with the stakeholder of the organization, you are hearing or you are listening the conversation, what issue they are talking about. So they are explaining you that we are in firefighting mode due to high number of escalations, and which is leading for huge penalty from customer end, which needs to be fixed as soon as possible to sustain in the market as well as to compete the competitors. So this is the conversation which took place between you and stakeholders. And this stakeholder was who? This stakeholder was your own organization CEO. Okay. And from this conversation that you are supposed to derive or extract the CTQs. CTQs are called critical to quality. So what CTQ you have identified from the conversation. So the CTQ you have identified that the CEO was speaking about the high escalation rate. Okay, high escalation rate. The CEO was speaking about the high amount of penalty imposing. Okay, because the CEO was explaining that we are in a firefighting mode due to high number of escalations. So the first issue he explained you about the number of escalations, and the another issue he explained you about the penalty. Okay, so these are the two issues that you had identified from the conversation that your internal customer was explaining you. And then you might have some different leaders also. You might have some AVP or vice president of the HR, or the president of the training department, vice president of the HR or the IT. Then he might have explained you about some issues. Okay, from the the similar way, you will make a note of the conversation that took place between you and the stakeholder, and from that conversation you will again derive the CTQs. You will identify the CTQs. Now you have come across with the multiple CTQs. Okay, now this being a project leader or project manager, this is your responsibility of identifying or prioritizing the CTQ, that on which CTQ you should initiate the project first. So either your stakeholder will explain you that which CTQ is the most critical for the company to initiate a project first, or if stakeholder is also not able to explain you, you will initiate the project. Okay, you will initiate the project by prioritizing the CTQ. How to prioritize the CTQ, I explained you in the previous session. Let me take you through once again how to prioritize the CTQ. So the CTQs can be prioritized like this way. There are several methods of prioritizing the CTQs. This is one of the methods. Okay, like you come across the multiple CTQs like cycle time or processing time is very high, CSAT score is very poor, quality score is also very poor. So on which of these issues you should initiate the project on top? So this was the method what I explained you in the previous session. So by using this method, you can prioritize the CTQ from here to initiate the project. Okay, now once you have identified the CTQ, then you are supposed to prepare the project charter. Why project charter? Because project charter is the proposal or the sales pitch. Proposal for what? Let's say you are working on the designation in your organization that by identifying some issue, you can initiate the project. So will it be possible for you, just you got an idea and randomly you can initiate the project? Will that work for you? Or will you, or you were in need of taking the approval from some higher authorities? Guys,
I think
if
no
yes,
need to
yes,
take the
approval,
okay from the leaders or
yes,
CEO or whatever.
exactly. So let's say you are working on the designation where you can identify the issues, or an issue was assigned to you for initiating the project. Yeah. So now, though a project has been assigned to you, but still your manager, your reporting manager, or it could be you yourself who need to get an approval from the higher authorities to initiate the project. So will that work for you? Just verbally, you will walk up to your reporting manager and speak, and will speak him that from tomorrow onwards you are going to initiate the project for the 4 hours. You will work the routinely. You will do the routinely work, and for remaining 4 hours you will work on the project. Will that work?
No.
Or there must be some documented way. So of course there must be some documented way of initiating the activities. So what is that documented way? For
Data
that,
collection.
exactly. So first of all, you should prepare a project charter. So this is the project charter. Okay, you will prepare a charter, project charter. In project charter, there are some elements here. What elements are here? The business case, the problem statement, and let me do these all. Let me give them a color coding so that you can identify them in a, I'm converting them into red color. Okay, so these are the elements of the project charter. These are the elements of the project charter. So what is the first element of the project charter? The first element of the project charter is business case. Okay, the another element of the of the project charter is problem statement. The third element of the project charter is goal statement, then in scope and out of scope. So what is business case? How to develop the business case while developing a project charter? So to develop the business case, we have some basic questions to be answered. So what these questions are? So these questions could be that why is the project worth doing? If you are looking at here, the moment of my cursor, the first question is here. Why is the project worth doing? Okay. And then what are the consequences of not doing it now? If you will not do this project, so what will be the consequences of it in your organization? So why is it a priority? How does it fit with the organization goals and targets? So the initiative that you are going to initiate, how that ties up with the organization's goals and targets? Why is it on priority to initiate the project on that issue? If you will not fix that right now, what will be the consequences of that issues in the upcoming time in the organization, and why the project worth doing? So we have to answer of all these questions while developing the business case. Now, problem statement. How to develop the problem statement? For developing the problem statement, again we have some questions here. So if you are looking at here, the first statement, what is wrong or not meeting the customer's requirement? We have to mention the answer of this question here. When and where the problem does occur, we have to mention the answer of this question here. Whom is it impacting? Whom is being impacted from the issue in the organization or outside the organization? How big is the problem? What is the impact of the problem? So these all things we have to mention here. Okay, so the right way of developing the problem statement will be if we answer of all these questions. What is wrong or not meeting the customer's requirement? When and where the problem does occur? Who is it impacting? How big is the problem? What is the impact of the problem? Okay, so we have to answer of all these questions in problem statement. Also, how big is the problem? How you would answer of these questions? How big is the problem? So by mentioning here the monetary loss, non-monetary loss, tangible impact, intangible impact, we can develop or we can answer of this question here. Okay, now another thing here in problem statement, we are never supposed to mention here the causes of the problem and solution of the problem, the potential cause and potential solution of the issue. Never ever mention here the potential cause and potential solution of the problem on which you are initiating a project. Okay, if you know, still you are not supposed to mention that here. Why? If you know the causes, what is the need of doing a Six Sigma project? If you know the causes, if, as I explained you a few seconds ago, if you know the causes, then you are supposed to initiate a lean project, not the Six Sigma.
Yeah.
If you do not know the causes, only then you will initiate a Six Sigma project. So if you know the causes, never ever mention them here. Only mention that what is wrong or not meeting the customer's requirement, when and where the problem does occur. When and where means in which department, in which shift, in which location. Okay, whom is it impacting? Who all are being impacted by the issue or by the problem? How big is the problem? How to validate it? So to validate this, how big is the problem, you have to mention here all the tangible, intangible impact of that problem in the process or in the organization, all the monetary loss and non-monetary loss which are occurring in the organization just because of this issue. What is the impact of the problem? Again, we have to mention here all the tangible, intangible, and monetary and non-monetary loss. So that's what we have to mention here by not mentioning the potential cause and potential solution here of the problem on which we are initiating the project. Okay, now develop the goal statement. How to develop the goal statement? What is the goal statement? Goal statement is basically, goal statement is the definition of the project that you are going to accomplish. Okay, goal statement is the definition by doing the project that you are going to accomplish, and this goal statement must be based on SMART. This goal statement must be based on SMART. There is an acronym here that is called SMART. Okay, so goal statement, your goal statement must be based on SMART. So what is SMART? Means SMART S is
Specific.
here for, yes, is specific, and M is here for
Measurable. Measurable.
great, and A is here for
Attainable.
achievable, great, and
Achievable.
R is here for
Realistic.
oh great, and T is here for
Uh,
Time define or
time bound, yes, timeline, timeline or time bound, yes, you both are correct. So my goal statement must be based on SMART. So SMART means that must be specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time bound. So how it should be specific and measurable? So in my example, I have mentioned here, like this was the example to the previous batch. While explaining them, this was the example of cycle time reduction. So I have mentioned here that the goal statement that I want to reduce the cycle time by doing the project. I want to reduce the cycle time from 203 minutes till 190 minutes. So I could have written it here in this way also, that my goal statement is to reduce the cycle time from 203 minutes till lesser than 190 minutes. So but lesser than 190 will be, all thing will be lesser than whatever is below than 190. So let's suppose if end of the project somehow you have mentioned here that you will reduce the cycle time from 203 minutes till lesser than 190 minutes, and you have reduced up to 185 minutes. So later on, your management can make a complaint to you that they were thinking of that you would reduce the cycle time 170 minutes, but you have reduced only 185 minutes. So that is not significant improvement to them. Yeah. So that could be the issue, or that could be the ambiguity in that goal statement. But if you will mention that with a crystal and clear language, that to reduce the cycle time from 203 minutes till 190, so now this is very much clear that you will reduce the cycle time from 203 minutes till 190. If somehow you reduce it lesser than 190, let's say you achieve the target of 185 minutes by doing the project at the end of the project, then your management cannot make you any complaint that they were thinking of that you would reduce it up to 170 or 160, because you have already mentioned here that you will reduce it from 203 minutes till 190 minutes. Okay, so that's how we can develop this as a specific and measurable. Now let's talk about the achievable and realistic. So how to decide it that my project will be achievable and realistic, or the target that I have decided for my project is achievable and realistic. So that must be on some analysis based. You must have done some analysis. That's why you came to know that you will reduce the cycle time from 203 minutes till 190 minutes, because this is not a hypothetical figure that you have mentioned here for setting the target of your project. You might have done some analysis, that's why you have mentioned here as a 190 minutes. Okay, so what analysis did you perform? So there is a tool what I was just showing you few minutes ago, problem graphical summary. So graphical summary is a tool. With the help of this tool, you can set the target of any project, the target of any metric. How? Because this tool is giving you very much so many informations. What all information this tool is giving you here? This tool is giving you here the information whether your data is normally distributed or not. So as I explained you on the very first day, when your data is not in normal distribution, then you have to work on median, not on mean, because mean will not give you the correct answer as per the data distribution. So this tool is giving you the information whether your data is normal distributed or not. So this data is not in normal distribution. Also, this p-value is also giving you the information. If this p-value comes up lesser than 0.05, that means my data is not in normal distribution. If this p-value comes up either equal to or greater than 0.05, then we can say my data is in normal distribution. So as we can graphically identify it from here, this data is not in normal distribution, and this p-value is also coming lesser than 0.05, which is 0.005, which is very much lesser than 0.05. So this value also saying the same thing, the data is not in normal distribution. Now, this section is giving me the information about this histogram. This section is giving me the information like what is the average, because this is the data of cycle time. So what is the average cycle time of this data? So this figure is giving me the information. The average cycle time of this data is 2.6927. What is the standard deviation of this data distribution? So the standard deviation is 0.5449. What is the variance of this data distribution? The variance is 0.2969. What is the how much is the skewness in this in the data? So this is the skewness percentage in this data. Kurtosis, how many data points are there on which you have plotted this graph? Which data points? These data points. These data points. How many data points? 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. So we have how many data points in this sample? We have 3,371 data points on which we have plotted this graph or this test. Okay. So this all is the information about this graph. Now this information is about this box plot, what we covered in the previous session. So the minimum score value in my data set is what? The minimum cycle time. So the minimum cycle time is 1.2983. And what is the first quartile point in my data set? So the first quartile point in my data set is 2.3430. 2.3430. What is the third quartile in my data set? So the third quartile is 2.9911. What is the maximum score value in my data set? So the maximum score value in my data set of cycle time is 7.3303. Okay, so this information is about this box plot. Now this information is for what? This information is for what? So if you are looking at here, this is mentioned that 95% confidence interval for mean, and though there are two figures have been mentioned just below of the statement. Now another statement is 95% confidence interval for median, and another two figures have been mentioned just below of the statement. Now 95% confidence interval for standard deviation. Just below the statement, another two figures have been mentioned here. So what is the use of these figures here? Okay guys, can you tell me one thing? Do we ever work while initiating any project, while working on any project, do we work on a population data or on sample data?
Population data.
Okay, Joselito?
Population? I'm not sure.
Okay. Guys, 99% times we do not work on population data, we work on sample.
Okay, some.
Why? Because many times doing analysis of the population is a very time taking activity, while working on a population data is a very cost, involves a very huge cost. So we do not work on population data. Sometimes the entire population data is not available itself, so that's why we work on sample. Sometimes we do not know what all constituent parts of the population for doing the analysis, so that's why we work on sample. Okay, just give me one more answer. you might have heard about just the elections that just had completed in USA, in America. Yes.
Yes.
And by the different news channels in USA were predicting about different there are two parties here, the Republic parties and the Democratic Party in the USA, and different news channels were predicting about the Democratic Party and the Republic Party, that this party will win these many seats and this party will win these many seats. What do you think? The news channels would have gone to all the citizens' property and would have asked that to which party are you going to cast their vote, or they would have done some sampling?
Random sampling.
Sampling, no? Yes.
Yeah, sampling. Usually they do sampling.
Exactly, because visiting to all homes in the USA and asking to each and every citizen in the USA that to which party are you going to cast your vote is not possible. Yeah. So what we do in data analysis also, what we do, we 99% times we work on sample, we do not work on population. Okay. So here now, let's come to the again screen on the laptop. This is the sample, and how many data points we have in the sample? 3,371 data points. On this sample, I have performed this test to know about the population. Because why I had picked up 3,371 data points? For doing the analysis. For doing the analysis of what? For my population cycle time. Okay, but this is the sample that I have picked up for doing the analysis. Now I'm going to fix the issue of the population or of the sample? Of the population. Because whenever you will initiate a project in your organization, so you will initiate the project only for those selected people for which you have picked up the data, collected the data for doing the analysis, or you will initiate the project for the entire process. Okay, guys, tell me one thing. In your process, in your production, in your organization, in the production line, let's say you have 300 people, okay?
Okay.
And just you collected the data for doing the analysis, only 100 data points, like 30 from the morning shift, 30 data points from the afternoon, 30 data points from the night shift. And this way you collected only 100 data points for doing the analysis, whereas you have 300 people in your organization who are working in the production. So those 100 data points will be sample or population?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sample.
Yes,
Yes.
yes. That would be the sample.
Are you going to initiate the project for only those 100 data points, those 100 people, or for all 300 people?
For that 100.
No, my friend, for 100 just we have collected for doing the analysis. Okay, but we are going to initiate the project to fix the issue for all 300 people.
For the project will be for the 300 people.
Yeah, but the analysis
But the
for doing
analysis from 100 data.
100, yes.
That represents the 300 population.
Exactly. Yeah. So now similarly, we have collected here how many data points? 3,371. So this mean is coming of these 3,371 people. This standard deviation is coming only of these 3,371 people. This minimum cycle time score, this quartile 1, quartile 2, quartile 3, this all information is coming only for these 3,371 people. But we are going to initiate the project for the entire population, not for these many people only. Isn't it?
Yes, right.
Yeah, exactly. So we must have some statistical information of the population also, because this is the statistical information of this sample. But if we are going to initiate the project for the population, so we must have some information of population also.
Yes, definitely.
Sure.
Only then we will be able to set the target. If we are going to reduce the cycle time, so what should be the benchmark to reduce the cycle time? From which level to which level I would like to reduce the cycle time. To understand all these parameters, I should have some information of the population also. Yes.
It depends. Depends. You mean with the population, the number of it's a huge number, and you said, as you mentioned, you cannot collect data from all the population. So
Yes.
we will take this number as sample, and we will
Sample.
make
Exactly.
studies, and we
And
will it's
yes,
applicable for the all population.
Aman is quite correct. Yes, Aman is quite correct. As per the analysis of this sample, we will interpret the information of the population.
Okay.
Yes. So
Yeah.
now is, as you are looking at here, the 95% confidence interval for mean. So what does it mean by this statement? So this statement of Minitab is saying here that there is a 95% degree of surety. There is a surety of 95% of what? The mean of the population is
2.6.
2.67, and this is the minimum mean of the population is 2.67, and the maximum mean of the population is 2.71. And Minitab is saying here that of saying this information, or while explaining about this information, there is a degree of surety 95%. Okay, Minitab, as per the data of this 3,371 data points, as per the sample of 3,371 data points, Minitab is explaining here that your population's average cycle time is minimum 2.67, and your population average cycle time is maximum 2.71. So the average of the cycle time of your population is varying from 2.6743 till 2.7111. Is it clear to you or not, guys?
Here.
Not that much.
Yeah. Okay. Minitab, because we have given a sample to the Minitab, we have given a sample to the Minitab here, and the count of the data points in my sample are 3,371. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So now this all information, like the mean, this mean is of what? This mean is only these many data points. This is standard deviation of these many data points. This variance is also about these many data points. The minimum score value out of these many data points, the first quartile of these data points. But we are not doing the project only these 3,371 data points. We are doing the project for the entire population. So how to know about that? Because this all information about this sample, but we are doing the project for the population. So on behalf of this sample, Minitab has calculated the average cycle time range of the population. So as per the sample data points 3,371, Minitab has given me an interval range, and that interval range is varying between 2.6743 till 2.7111. So Minitab is saying here the average cycle time of your population is going to the minimum level 2.6743, and the maximum level is up to 2.7111. Are we clear about it or not so far?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And similarly, it is giving me the information, the minimum median goes up to the cycle time of the population 2.6443, and the maximum it goes to 2.6857. Also, it is giving me the information that population standard deviation is going to the minimum level up to 0.5322, and the maximum level is 0.5582. So this is the range for standard deviation, that my population's standard deviation keeps varying between 0.5322 till 0.5582. My population cycle times median keeps varying between 2.6443 till 2.6857. My population cycle times average keeps varying from 2.6743 till 2.7111. So now if I want to set the target, so how to set it? I would like to set the target if, let's say, my data would have been normal. If this data would have been normal, so I would be working on the average. Okay, so I would be working on the average, and that point of time average would be my parameter of interest. So I could have said that point of time that I would reduce the average of the cycle time from 2.69 minutes till 2.65 or 2.66 or 2.62. Means I would like to set the target lesser than 2.67. Why lesser than 2.67? Because this is the minimum average cycle time that my population is achieving for me already. So I would like to set the target lesser than 2.67 of the cycle time, because the lesser will be the cycle time of the process, the higher will be the production rate. So I would like to reduce the cycle time. If it would have been the data of sales or collection score, that point of time I would like to set the target higher than this range, because the higher will be the sales, the higher will be the revenue in the process. So in case of metric that we would like to see increasing, that point of time we will have to refer this point, this figure, to set the target. My target must be greater than this score value, and at the point of reducing cycle any metric on at the point of working on the metric that I want to reduce, that point of time I would like to focus this, or I would like to refer this figure to set my target of the project, and the project target must be lesser than this figure, this score value. Okay, similarly we can do for median. When my parameter of interest is median, that point of time we would like to set the target lesser than this minimum score value, and while increasing any metric we would like to set the target higher than this particular score value. And similarly for standard deviation. Okay, if you have any question up to here, you may ask, please.
It's okay, we can proceed.
Okay. Now, so that this was the meaning of that my goal statement must be achievable and realistic. Okay, my goal statement must be achievable and realistic. Now, time bound. So with the help of master black belt or with my reporting manager, I can set the timeline for my project, that my project will be completed in next 3 months, 4 months, like that. Though there is a method, of set the timeline, and that is called a PERT based method. Let me write it down for you. PERT based, PERT, PERT. Okay, PERT based method. So this is the PERT based method. With the help of this PERT based method, we can explain that my project will be completed in how much time. Okay, but because this is the part of master black belt, so I cannot explain you here, but only I am giving you the idea that how the timeline is decided for any project. So the timeline is decided with the help of PERT. This timeline, time bound, is decided with the help of PERT based method. Okay, now so we have to mention here that my project will be completed in next 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, like that. Okay, so that's how we develop the goal statement. Now also we have to mention here in project charter, we have to mention whether that what will be the in scope and what will be the out scope. What is in scope and what is out scope for me while doing the project. So for that you have to mention here that for what specific product or for what specific service you are going to initiate the project, because your organization, your process might be dealing with the several types of products or services. So if you are going to initiate the project for any some specific type of service or the product, then you have to mention here that for specific type, for which specific type of service or the products you are going to initiate the project. If the same process is being run at several locations, so also you have to mention here that for which specific location you are going to initiate the project, or you are covering all the different locations. Okay, if up to this level you know what all will be the interlinked and dependent activities, okay, to the metric on which you are initiate the project, so you can mention them here, that these activities, these functions will be my focus of interest, will be the area where I will work, okay, while doing the project or during the course of the project. So you can mention them here. In out of scope, all the things you have mentioned in the in scope, you can mention here. All the area other than mentioned above will be the out of scope. So what is scope? Because while setting the scope or while developing the scope of the project, you are mentioning here, you are setting the criteria, you are setting the boundary of your project. So you will mention here that what will be the criteria, what will be the boundaries of the project, what will be those areas that you will touch while doing the project. So for that, what you will do, you will mention here whether, let's say, if you want to reduce the cycle time, you want to reduce the cycle time of any process, so what area, what all areas you will touch. So might be cycle time is going high just because of the poor training material. So of course you would like to work on training SOPs also, or the cycle time is going high just because of the HR's hiring process is not correct. So you would like to develop the HR's hiring process SOPs also, or you would like to modify them. So that's what we have to mention here, that while reducing the cycle time, what all activities we will touch to reduce the cycle time. So we can mention here the the document, the SOPs of hiring process, and the SOPs of training material, and the cycle time of XYZ product or the service, a specific product or the service. So that's what you can mention here. Okay, if you have any question up to here, you may ask, please.
It's okay.
Okay, so just give me a 1 minute break, guys. I'm just coming back. Will that be okay?
It's okay, sure.
Thank you. Hey guys, let's continue now. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great. So the another tool of the project charter will be a milestone. So what's the use of milestone or how to use it? So the milestone is a tool which can be used. Okay, so that's how this is a sample of milestone. This is a tool which has a great importance while doing any project. So what is the importance of this tool while doing a Six Sigma project? Because there will be a highly chances of the project that your project will be delayed, or if the activities will not be completed on time as per the decided time that you had decided in the very beginning. So if all the activities will not be completed as per the decided time, then subsequent time or the subsequent activities will be delayed of the project. If subsequent activities will be delayed of the project, so your entire project will be delayed. If your entire project will be delayed, so the cost of the project will also be keep going higher and higher and higher.
Yes.
But in the very beginning, you told to your management that if the cost of the project will be, let's say, $7 million, but now your project is going, the time is going higher, higher, and higher. So the cost will also be the cost will also be increasing.
Yes. Definitely.
If the cost will also be increasing now, but in the beginning to your management, you might have said the investment cost of the project will be $7 million, and the benefit by doing the project will be $10 million per month. But now the cost of the project is increasing just because of the activities are not being completed on time. So now your management can say that okay, you have to stop the project now, because now the return by doing the project is not very significant. So your project will be failed, and who will be responsible for that? You. Why? Because you are leading the project, you are a leader of the project, or the management of the manager of the project. So that's why this tool have a great significance or great importance during the course of the project. So here you have to mention that what activity will be covered in what time. Okay, so the define phase will be covered by what time, measure phase will be started from when and will be finished by when, analyze phase will be started from when and will be ending by when. So that's what you have to decide here, and by deciding it you can monitor the activity of your project activities, that whether the activities are being completed on time or not. Now also this is recommended that you have to mention here the buffer time in this milestone tool. Why the buffer time? Because while doing the define phase, and you thought that okay, the time will be taken by the define phase, let's say 2 weeks. In 2 weeks you will complete the define phase, but please mention always 3 weeks. Take a 1 week buffer time. Why? Because while working on a defined phase, let's say you have a different leaders in the project team, because while doing a project you are not the alone who will complete the project, you will have some team members, project team members. Yes.
Sure.
In that project team members, you may have some members from HR team, some leaders from HR team, from IT team, from admin team, from operation, from quality. Yeah. But
Yes,
during,
multidisciplinary.
sorry,
Multidisciplinary.
yes. But during the course of the project, during the cycle time of the project, let's say some of the leaders, if has been transferred to some other department, or if he has just changed the company, so the activities for what he was responsible for completing will be pending, and those activities will be pending till the time new leader will not be appointed in the place of him. Yes, yes or no, guys?
Sorry again.
I'm saying you, during the course of the project, the team members, the project team members, some of the team members, let's say if some of the team member gets transferred from one function to another, or gets
Yes.
changed the company, so in that case the activity of the project can be delayed.
Yes. Sure.
Yes. So if the project activity will be delayed, and that will be pending till the time some new employee or some new leader is not appointed in the place of him.
Yeah.
So that's why we have to mention here, we have to mention in front of the name of each phase is the extra buffer time. Let's say if we think the defined phase will be completed by 26th of August, for an example here, as per this slide, what we are discussing right now, if we think that any of the activity or defined phase will be completed from 13th of August till 26th of August, so this is recommended to put some buffer time here. So by buffering time means let's make it here 1 week extra time. Why? Because we do not know what will happen in the future. So that's why we mention here a 1 week buffer time. Same goes for the other activities also, like measure, analyze, improve, and control. Okay. So for these activities also, we mention the same time, and with by mentioning some buffer time, some extra time from the expectation. Okay. So that's how we monitor the activities of the project, whether the activities are being carried out in the right way, are being done on the time, or are being done as they were planned or not. Okay. So this is the significance of this tool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Milestone. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Now, yes.
So in each phase, you mean for in define phase or improve phase, for example, we have to always keep this week extra buffering time.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Always. Yes. This is recommended. Okay. So this was my milestone tool. Now let's discuss about the another tool. The another tool is here the acronym, or we can say the abbreviation. What's the significance of this tool or this activity, act of acronym or abbreviations? So again, as I explained you just few seconds ago, because we may have different leaders and different members from the different functions and departments in my project.
Yeah.
Let's say I'm doing a project for the production. I'm doing a project for the production, and I have some leaders as a project team members from the HR department, admin department, IT department, from different functions. Will they be able to understand the terminology which is being used in the production or not? No.
Actually, there is different terminology, depends
Ex-
on the department
exactly.
itself.
Jargons, yes, jargons or different terminology, or we can say the abbreviation, or we can say the acronyms. Because if I say here AHT, so do you understand what does it mean by AHT?
No.
Okay, but if I say this term before any BPO or KPO, uh, employees. So he can very easily identify that yes, AHT means the average handling time. Okay, AHT means in BPO language, AHT means the average handling time, or ACHT means average call handling time. Okay, this term is used in BPO and KPOs. Okay, so similarly, if you are doing a project for production and these types of terms are being used, will the people in your project team in your project team, from HR department, from admin department, from IT department, will they be able to understand this terminology? Not. So we have to mention all these kind of terminology here, and as well as their definition, their meanings, so that all the people of your project team must be on the common platform, on the common page, in terms of project terminology and in terms of project jargons or abbreviations or acronyms, so that whenever you will conduct a meeting with them and you want to get some output from their ideas, so their output can go in the right direction. Because until they have the right information about the metric on which you are initiating the project, about the production, they won't be able to give you their 100%. So to bring them on the common page, common platform in terms of understanding of the project on which you are initiating a project, about the jargons, about the terminology, about the acronym and abbreviations. So we have to mention all these abbreviations, acronyms here, terminology here, and by mentioning them here, we have to explain the definition of all those jargons, so that all the members of my team, of my project team, must be on the common page, common platform in terms of project understanding. Yes. Now the another tool is Resic. There's a tool Resic. Okay. And what's the use of this tool? The use of this tool. Okay, guys, tell me one thing. What is easier, doing a work or getting done a work? What is easier, getting done some work or doing a work or doing some work?
The easiest is getting work, done work. I mean,
Doing work or getting done work?
getting done work
Can work.
is the easiest.
Uh, Joselito, what did you say? Say it again, please.
Getting done work.
Getting done work. What's the difference between doing work and getting done work?
Getting done work is something which is ready. Some people, they work on it and you find it ready. Just you
Okay.
have to follow.
Okay.
But
And
doing the work, you have to plan for it and you have to work on it to implement system.
okay, fine. Right. Okay. In my words, I want to ask whether you you want to do some work on and on, that activity is easy, or you are saying someone for doing the work for you, that activity is easy. Which activity is easy for you, saying someone for doing the work for you, or you do the work on and on? What activity is easy for you, saying
Do it by
someone
myself.
do it by yourself, right, or saying someone for completing the task for you?
Nowadays, asking some people to do the activity for you actually.
Exactly. So by doing the work on and on is easier as comparative to by getting it done by someone else. Yes. So because if you are saying someone for completing the activities, for completing the tasks, so what could be the challenge? He can come up with the several rebuttals, several excuses that I forgot about the activity, I had that many I have that much of work, I could not remember this and that. Yes, so he can come up with several excuses, several rebuttals before you, and your activity will be pending, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So this tool is called Resic. Okay, and what the meaning of Resic? Resic is used for here. Resic is used for here. Let me show you this. Okay, Resic is used for here. If I explain you, this is a tool which is used to assign the roles and responsibility during the life cycle of the project. In your define phase, you assign the roles and responsibility to your project team members. Okay, and why do you assign the roles and responsibility to your team members? Because you want getting done the activities on time, you want completing the activities on time, so that any of your team member could not give you any excuse, could not give you any rebuttals. So for that, you would like to assign them their roles and responsibility during the life cycle of the project. So this is the tool which is used to assign them their roles and responsibility. So how to do that? So this is the tool which is called Resic. Resic is a tool which is used to assign the roles and responsibility to the people. So what is the meaning of R here? So R meaning is here responsible. Responsible for what? The responsible who is directly responsible for the activity, the owner of the activity. Okay, responsible is called here in this tool that who is responsible to complete the activity. A is here used for reviews and assures that the activity is being done as per expectation. S is here used for the person who will be responsible to provide the necessary help and support to the owner. Okay, I is here for to the person who will be kept informing of the status and progress of the project. C will be used here for the person who will be providing his consultation during the course of the project. So R will be used for responsible, A will be used for approve, S will be used for support, I will be used for inform, and C will be used for consult. Okay, now how to develop this tool? Because if you are looking at here on the very first line, you can look at here, this is written collect VOC from all stakeholders, conduct stakeholder analysis, collect data for the last 12 months, analysis of data, report out on the pre-DMAC analysis. Okay, these are the activities. These are the activities at what stage? At pre-DMAC stage. So pre-DMAC stage means here that even you have not started the define phase, but there are some activities that needs to be completed, and these activity, so what you will do in Resic tool, under the heading of activities, you will list down all the activities for all the stages like pre-DMAC stage, define stage, in measure phase. At different phases, you will list down all the activities that you will do. And for all these activities, now here if you are looking at here, team members, so the meaning of team members here means you will mention, you will write down all the people's name and their designation. Okay, who are your team members? So once you will write down here the name and the designation of the team members, then you have to just below of their name and designation, you have to mention here as per the correct letter of the RESIC acronym. So like here, the first team member is, I have some team members in my project team, and what is their designation is,
Ah,
yeah, what their designations are: quality head, operation head. These are for the example. HR manager, operation senior manager, delivery senior manager, master black belt, green belt, others like that. Okay. Now, for the first activity, collect VOC from all stakeholders. So, what will be the role of quality head for this activity? So, the quality head role will be nothing, just he will be updated, he will be informed about the collect VOC from all stakeholders had been captured. Similarly, operation head role will be nothing, just he will be informed about it. HR manager will also be informed about it. Operation senior manager will be in support and consulting role at the activity of collect VOC from all stakeholders. Who will be responsible to collect the VOC from all stakeholders? Master black belt will be the responsible. Okay, what will be the role of black belt and green belt for this activity? Black belt and green belt roles will be nothing at the first activity. For the second activity, conduct stakeholder analysis. So who will do the stakeholder analysis? Again, master black belt. In this example, master black belt will perform the stakeholder analysis. And who will provide him the support? Delivery senior manager and operation senior manager will be in support, and as well as the HR manager. And quality head and operation head will be in what role? They will be just in informed, they will be update about it. Collect data for the last 12 months. So who will do this activity? So for this activity, black belt will be the responsible for completing this activity, for collecting the data of last 12 months. So what will the MBB will do here? The MBB will be just updated about the information that the data has been collected. Similarly, delivery senior manager will also be updated or informed about it. Operation senior manager, what he will do? He will provide a support to black belt, and the rest leaders will also be informed about the activity. So that's how we have to mention here in front of the activities and just below of the designated people, that what will be their role as per the different activities, so that you can get completed your activities at the defined time, and the people can also not give you any rebuttal, any excuses for running away from the activities. Okay, and it will help you to keep your project in the right path on time in terms of all deliverables. Okay, so that's why this tool is developed, and this tool is called RESIC. If you have any question in this tool, please ask.
it's okay.
Thank you. Now let's discuss about the another tool, guys. The another tool is here. communication plan. So what's the use of this communication plan here? Communication plan is a tool which is used to set up some protocol, to set up some protocol of the communication to whom? To the relevant stakeholders. For what? For communicating. So let's say you are doing a project and you have not updated to anybody that what will be communicated, when will be communicated, and what will be the media of communication, what will be the interval of communication. So what will happen then? You will face challenges, you will face hurdles and hassles during the daily activities of during your daily official activities and project activities. Yes,
Yes.
because let's say you have not shared any protocol, or you have not set up any protocol with your all relevant stakeholders, how you will share the information, whom you will share the information, at what frequency the information will be shared. So your higher authorities can ask you anytime that okay, what is that okay, Aman, you have not shared the update of your project, what is the progress of the project, what you have done so far on the project, what are you doing on the project. And might be at that time you are engaged in some other activities, so that will create hassles and hurdles for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So to avoid all these things, what to do? Just set up a protocol. What protocol? The communication protocol. How? Just list down all the activities here. Just list down all the activities here. Activities will be like what all you will do during the project. So what you will do during the project, like status of the project, meeting of the project with team members, complaint, requirement, like that. And then in the next column we have to mention that who will be the audience, who will be the audience, status of the project. To share the status of the project, who will be the audience? So the audience could be your all relevant stakeholders. Then how will you share this information, status of the project, how will you share this information with the audience? So the information will be shared either by the email or the phone call. Now who will share that? So the information will be shared by the project manager. When, at what frequency you would like to share the status of the project, on weekly basis, monthly basis, as and when required, at on some specific day of the month, or when. Okay, like that. Meeting for the project with team members. So now the another activity you have mentioned here, meeting for the project with team members. So who will be the audience? So of course the audience will be the project team. Now how will you share, how will you conduct the meeting with the for the project team members? So either you would like to conduct a meeting like on a conference call or in the meeting room in your organization. So that's what you have to mention here. Who will conduct that meeting? So you will have to mention here that project leader, project owner, who will conduct that meeting, at what frequency. So now you have to mention here whether you would like to conduct the meeting with the project team members on a weekly basis, like on every Thursday or every Sunday, or what, or as and when required, or as at the completion of the activity, when you would like to conduct that meeting. So you have to mention here for that. Complaint that there could be some reasons that you are not getting the relevant information, or the your requirement is not being your requirement is not getting completed from the relevant departments. So you would like to make a complaint for that. If you would like to make a complaint for that, so whom you will make the complaint? You will make the complaint to the relevant stakeholder. And how you would like to make the complaint? Through phone call or through mail. Who will make that complaint? A project leader. And when, what will be the frequency of making the complaint? As and when required. Yeah, whenever you will feel that you need to make a complaint, so you will make that complaint as and when required. Similarly for the requirement, similarly for the weekly project status meeting. So that's how you list down here all the activities, and in front of these activities you mention here these activities will be communicated to which audience, and what will be the media of communication, and who will do that, and what will be the frequency. Okay, so that's how your communication plan is developed. And post completion of this communication plan, all these tools what I'm discussing right now with you, like this milestone, this acronym and abbreviations, this RESIC, and this communication plan, all these tools are shared with the relevant stakeholders along with this project charter. Okay, now the next tool is flowchart. Because in the previous session we have completed, or we have covered this flowchart. Flowchart is what? Flowchart is the process map. Flowchart is a tool which represent my all process activities pictorially. Yes. So at this stage, you have to develop a flowchart of the process, flowchart that what activities are being carried out in what manner. So by sitting with the production team, we have to ask them about their activities, how they are performing their activities. So as per the sequence explained by them, their activities, we convert them into this flow chart. And into this flow chart, as I explained you in the previous session also, in this flow chart all the activities are represented with the rectangular boxes, and the decision taking steps are represented with the decision box and the diamond box. Aman, do you remember we have discussed this tool last time also?
Yes, we discussed this.
Yeah. So I don't think I need to explain it much.
No, it's okay.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the tool on which we work. Now the another tool is called Cipo or Copies. You might have heard about that before also. So what is that Copies and Cipo? So let me explain you that Cipo and Copies also. So that Copies and Cipo, okay, that is not here, no problem. Okay, so the S is here used for supplier. Supplier. Let me make it. I is here for input. P is here for process. O is here for output. And C is here for customer. Okay. So this tool is also developed here. What the purpose of this tool of developing? Because again, we being being involving different leaders from different functions and departments. So to bring them on the common page, common platform, in terms of the metric on which we are working, how it flows and how it works, we prepare this tool, and this is called a Cipo or copies. So what's the difference between copies and Cipo? There's nothing, there's no difference. Why? Because this is only the reversal of the letters. Reversal of the letters, how? Because here I have mentioned here first S, I, P, O, C. So it will be called Cipoc. If I will reverse the letters, reverse the letter means if I'll put this C in the place of S, O in the place of I, and I in the place of O, and S in the place of C. So it will become copies. Yes, so there is no difference at all, just there is a reversal of the letters or replacing the letters. Okay, so how it is developed? So we have to mention here, or we have to break my entire process activities or steps into most significant steps. Into most significant steps means either 7 or 9 steps. We have to break all the entire process into 7 or 9 steps, and by breaking the entire steps into 7 or 9 steps, then we have to identify what inputs are required to perform this process activity and who is supplying to this input. So let me explain you about your own process. Aman, can you explain me your profile right now? What are you working or on which you are working right now? What exactly you
Sorry,
do? What's your current profile in your current organization? What exactly you do on daily basis?
I am anesthesia technologist.
Okay.
So we have patients who are coming for the operating theater to perform some operation.
Okay.
So we have many interference in this process, which is nursing side, physicians, anesthesia, nursing aid.
All right. So, okay. So is there any time limit that one patient must be done within half an hour or within 90 minutes?
This is actually, sorry to say that, I'm willing to do this course. My project is to work on minimizing the time, because what we know that there is in between cases too much huge time, yani lost time. So
That's what I was asking. Yes. So you would, by completing this course, you would like to reduce the time. Yes.
Yes.
So that you can increase the number of patients which are being assisted or which are being
I mean,
helped by you.
to increase the productivity of each room.
Exactly. So what is the first activity for you on daily basis? Do you check their receipt, their recommendation, who referred them for doing the operation and anesthesia test and all?
Yes.
So what is the first activity that you perform sitting on your
First,
desk?
the nursing side will be sure that the patient is present.
Patient is present. So how do you check that? Just by giving a glimpse that he is in or not?
No, actually, we have like application. So anyone can access from his computer.
Okay.
To know the patient is present or not, sign in or not.
Okay, so you check that into the system, right?
Yeah, system. Flowchart.
Okay. Okay. Okay, then what's, because I have mentioned here as per your activity that checking patient's presence. Yeah, then what is the next activity that you perform once you find that the patient is available?
Check the presence of the team, the entire team.
Okay, then what you do the third activity?
Just huddle. It means we check everything is ready. We are ready. We confirm that we are ready for performing this operation.
Okay. Okay, and then what happens? The fourth activity? That's it?
That's it for the meantime. I
Okay.
mean, we ask the nurse and physician to push patient inside.
Okay. Okay, so now these are the activities that you are dealing with on a daily basis, okay? And you want to reduce the cycle time, okay?
Yep.
So to reduce the cycle time of this activity, of this process, first of all, we should understand that what all things we are needed to perform these activities, because might be the inputs which are needed to perform these activities, though are not properly at their places. Those are not calibrated, those are not working in the right manner. So that's why if the first activity is getting delayed, so the subsequent activities will also be delayed.
Yeah, sure.
And the entire process will be delayed.
Yeah.
So first of all, I have to identify, okay, checking patients and patients presence. What tools do I need? So I need system.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need system. I need system and so input. Okay. So perform this activity, I need a system. In system, what else I need? I need some login credentials, because without your login credentials, you won't be able to log in.
Sure. And we need somebody to, once he log in, he mentioned that, yani staff to mention that patient is ready.
Okay, and now we have to identify, right? Okay, and to also we have to identify that who is supplying these inputs to complete this process step. So system and login credentials are being supplied by the hospitals itself.
Yeah. Then the staff.
Yeah, are being supplied by who?
By the establishment, I mean the hospital itself.
Hospitals. Okay, hospital, right? Okay, now checking patient's presence. So what will be the activity of this? So the output will be patient's availability checked. You have checked the availability, that will be the output of this activity, and who is getting the benefit. So the customer means here, the meaning of the customer means here the beneficiary party. Beneficiary party means who is getting the
Operating
benefit.
team.
Exactly, benefiting team, who is getting the benefit of this activity. Okay, so patients, if the patient is available, so who is getting the benefit here? So the benefit goes to the operation department, or to which department?
Going to operating team.
Operating team. Great. Now check the presence of the team. So how to check that, whether my team is available or not?
Yeah.
How to check that?
The physical presence.
Physical presence. So do you call someone to check whether the staff is available, or do you check it on and on by visiting? Or
actually the leader nurse We'll check.
Okay, the lead. Who will check that? Lead. Oh, what did
The
you say?
leader, nurse leader.
Okay, nurse leaders. Okay, and the nurse leaders are also supplied by the hospital or by some third-party vendor?
By the hospital itself.
By the host, because these are the staff payroll. These are the employees on the payroll
Yeah.
of the hospital.
Yeah.
Check the presence of the team. So the team is available.
The output is here, the presence of the team.
Yes. Presence of the team. Now the benefit wheel again goes to the operation team.
Actually, we can say first, as customer, it will be the benefit of patient
Exactly.
or the hospital, because the
Yes.
hospital is paying money for this stuff.
Oh, exactly. You know everything about it, yeah. Hospital and the patient and what else? That's it. Yeah, operation department also, but that will come under the hospital. That's okay. Now confirm to the customer. So to confirm the customer, what is the media that you use? What inputs do you require here to confirm the customer?
What we wrote here, confirm to the customer. What we mean by this?
Because you confirm the customer that yes, the operation team is available.
Okay.
The operation team, yeah.
It's actually from the, let's say, the nurse leaders will inform the reception.
Okay.
Here you can say reception or to reception.
Okay, reception, nurse leaders are the inputs, and these are also being supplied by the hospital itself.
Yeah.
Okay. And once you confirm to the customer, then what will be the output of that?
We are ready. Readiness.
Readiness, okay. And with your readiness, who will be the beneficiary party here? The patient, hospital,
Again, both hospital and patient.
Hospital and patient both. Okay. Okay. Now ask the nurse and staff to push patient in. Okay. So how do you communicate to the staff and nurse to ask them to push in the
Once the huddle is done and we confirm the presence of all the team,
yeah,
straight away they will go and push patient in.
Okay, so how do you speak to them? Just verbally or just
Verbally, because we are in a huddle, like small meeting.
Okay.
6 to 7 person.
Meeting. Verbal. Ask the nurse and staff to push the patient in. Now, what will be the outcome of this activity?
Part of the operation. Or let's say patient in.
Just give me a sec, okay?
Hello?
Hello? आने दो. Okay, so patient in, P-A-T-I-E-N-T. Patient in. Now, And who will be the beneficiary party once the patient in the hospital and patient both?
We can here change to benefit sure for the hospital and patient.
Yeah, exactly.
But here the customer can be the operating team.
Okay. Okay. So that's how operating team and patient will be the beneficiary party here, right? Just give me a 1 minute's break, Aman. Because so that's how we develop the Cipo code, the copies, and the intention of developing this so that all the people of my project team must be on the common page in terms of understanding of the process, because this is the process that I want to be reduced. This is the time of the process. Okay, these all are the activities which are being performed, and I want to reduce the time of these activities. So now how to understand about it? So I can, or the my project team members can understand, okay, this activity can be delayed just because of these inputs. Might be the inputs are not calibrated, or the inputs are not okay to perform the activities. Login credentials are not given, or login credentials are not working, or there could be any issue with the input to perform this activity. So this activity will be delayed, and subsequent activities will be delayed, and then and the entire process will be delayed. So how to fix the issue? So first of all, rather than referring these points, we have to refer these inputs. We have to refer these inputs, whether these inputs are being supplied in a right way, in a right manner to perform the activities to the process or not, and whether the systems are being calibrated at a planned interval or not. So who will calibrate the systems? So hospital might have some IT team, so that IT team's responsibility is there to calibrate the systems, to check the login credentials of the people, whether these are working right or not, or they are facing any issue with their login credentials. Nurse and leaders. So nurse leaders, whether the nurse leaders is performing his or her job uh, punctual with the punctuality or not. Same goes with the here, same goes with the here. So if we will be able to fix all the issues at the inputs, automatically my process will be streamlined. Yes, Aman?
Yes, Kamal.
Ah, sorry, Kamal. So that's how we develop the SIPOC, and this is the significance of this tool, that anybody can understand about my process. Like, I'm not from your company, I'm not your colleague. Still, I can now understand that what you are dealing with in your office, in your organization, and how can we work to reduce this time. Yes.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, so that's how we work on all these tools. Okay, so now let's 10 minutes break, and then we will continue with the next topic. Okay, will that be okay for you?
Okay,
And what the name, the another gentleman?
Joseph.
Yes, yes, sir.
Oh, but why are you quiet from so long time? Okay, no problem. Let's continue after 10 minutes break. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, my friend.
15, huh?
15. Okay, let's say 15 minutes. Okay.
You mean we will come back at 15 minutes?
15 minutes. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. Yes. 15. Yes, you are correct.
Okay.
At 15. Yes. Hey guys,
Hi.
Kamal, am I audible? Oh, great. And
Yes.
okay. Right. So now let's continue because we have covered so far with the define phase, overview, basic statistics, and 7QC tools. So now we are moving into the measure phase. Okay. Because we have 5 different phases: the define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. So now we are going to move into measure phase. So what we do into measure phase, in measure phase, the deliverables are, I think you are not able to view the screen. Yes, now it will be visible to you. Okay. So the deliverables of the measure phase will be, oops, just you think you go up. Okay, so the deliverables of the measure phase will be identifying the Ctq characteristics. So first of all, we have to identify the Ctq characteristic. Identify the Ctq characteristics. Okay, this is the first characteristics. CHARACTSTICS characteristics. Then we have to develop the data collection plan. Develop the data collection plan. Okay, then collect the data. Okay, and then measure the process capability. So these will be the deliverables of measure phase. So the first deliverable is identify the CTQ characteristic, then develop the data collection plan, then collect the data, and then measure the process capability. So if we talk about the CTQ characteristic, so in CTQ characteristic, okay, so this is the data collection plan. So what we are supposed to do here in this data collection plan, we are supposed to identify the CTQ characteristics. CTQ characteristic, like we are going to reduce the cycle time. If we are going to reduce the processing time, so in what manner we are going to reduce the processing time, we have to mention that here. So like as per the Kamal process explanation, as per his profile, what he explained me just a few minutes ago, he is trying to reduce the cycle time or the processing time, okay, for all the patients. So now if let's say we are working for the same process for this on the same project with Kamal, so we have to mention here as a CTQ characteristic that in what manner we want to work on the cycle time. What manner means that whether we are going to reduce the cycle time for each patient, or we are going to reduce the cycle time, the average cycle time for the all patients that had been handled in the entire day, or we are going to reduce the cycle time of each patient on daily basis, or for the entire patient's handling time that which are being handled in the entire day, on weekly basis, monthly basis, fortnightly, in what manner. So that's what I have to mention that here in CTQ characteristic. Are you clear about it, or do I need to explain it again? The CTQ
Okay.
characteristic. Clear?
Really.
Okay. Though I would like to explain it once again. So here in Ctq characteristic, we have to mention that how we are going to reduce the patient's cycle time. So patient cycle time, whether I'm going to reduce the cycle time for all the patients that have been handled today, or I'm going to reduce the cycle time for each patient, or I'm going to reduce the cycle time for all the patients that have been handled on the previous week on weekly basis, or on fortnightly, or on monthly basis. So in what way I am going to reduce the cycle time? So that's what I have to mention here in operational definition. So in operational definition, we have to mention that how we are defining the operational definition of cycle time. So like as per the Kamal's explanation in his process, we would like to explain it that when the patient when the checking time of patient, the checking time of the team, and the confirmation to the customer, and communicating to the nurse and the staff. So when these all activities are processed, then that time is called as a cycle time, okay, or communication time, or whatever time that we want to call it here as a project. So we have to mention that here, that what will be the operational definition. So like here I have mentioned one more example, like this is the example of handling time. So this could be the example of handling time of the metric, like the part receiving time, okay, that how much time is being taken in receiving the part, then checking details time, that how much time was taken in checking the details of the part, and then sideline the units, then how much time was taken in putting the unit sideline, and in the subsequent activities. So when these all are the activities had been performed, then the entire time was called as a handling time. So in the same manner, in the similar way, we have to mention about my metric, that how I am calling my metric, or the CTQ with the constituent parts. So we have to mention here all the constituent parts of my metric. Okay. Then defect definition. We have to mention here that what will be the defect definition, because it's you who is leading the project, it's you who is managing the project, because you are the project manager, you are the project leader. So you have to mention here that what will be the defect definition. So let's say defect definition as per this example is here, because this is the example on weekly basis of each employee. So when I was explaining to the previous batch, so in that batch, one of the guy was asking me about the cycle time in his process, and in that example I gave him the example of threshold or the benchmark 7.20 minutes, okay, that he wanted to reduce the cycle time from 190 minutes till 7.20 minutes, okay, on weekly basis. So in that example, in his example, he was reducing the cycle time of each employee on weekly basis. So now what will be the definition as per this example? Because we are reducing the cycle time of each employee on weekly basis. So when on the week, when cycle time goes more than 7.20 minutes for any employee, will be considered as a defect, okay. When the cycle time of any employee goes more than 7.20 minutes, will be considered as a defect on any week. Performance standard. What will be the performance standard? So because what criteria you have set to be performed by the employees as per the initiation that you have taken. So you might have set some criteria, you might have set some target to reduce the cycle time. So I have mentioned here for the example 7.20 minutes. So the cycle time must not be greater than 7.20 minutes. It must be either lesser than or equal to 7.20 minutes. Also, we have to mention here the specification limit, whether the upper specification limit will be applicable or the lower specification limit will be applicable in my metric while doing the project. So here the upper specification limit will be applicable because I do not want any employee to maintain his or her cycle time greater than 7.20 minutes. So the upper specification limit will be 7.20 minutes. Lower specification limit will be 0 or not applicable. Opportunity, what will be the opportunity to reduce the cycle time? So the opportunity will be weekly basis. Why? Because we are collecting the data for doing the analysis of each employee on weekly basis, and on that weekly basis we are doing the analysis whether any employee's cycle time is going above than 7.20 minutes, or that is equal to 7.20 minutes, or below than 7.20 minutes. So the opportunity will be a weekly basis. Okay, now here we have to mention the type of data. What is the type of data on which we are working? The type of data means y. Okay, y means the metric on which we are doing the project. So what is the type of that metric, whether that's a continuous data or discrete data? Unit of measurement. So in this example the unit is minutes. Okay, decimal places in the example, in the target and as well as in the metric. Do we have any decimal places? So we can mention here the 2 decimal places. Okay, database container. So what does it mean by database container? Database container, where is the database is stored. Okay, so that will be a database container. So database container could be the Excel sheet, could be the shared drive, could be the folder, could be the server, could be anything. Wherever the data is being stored, that will be database container. Existing or new database. So we can say this, the database container, what will be the database container? Existing and new database. So existing means the data which is already existing, and the new database will be if the data is not existing. Okay, the data is not existing, the data is not available from before. Now we have to create the new data, that will be called as a new database. If new, when would the database be ready? If the data is not existing, so when the database be ready? Planned start date for collection, what will be the date from when the data will be started? When the data will be started for doing collection. Data items needed. Data items needed, we have to mention here of name of all those factors for which we need to capture the data for doing the analysis. Formula to be used. In formula to be used, we have to mention that what formula is being used for calculating the cycle time of every employee on weekly basis. So that's how we have to mention here. Now equipment used for measurement. So equipment used for measurement means what is that equipment which is being used for capturing the data, for measuring the data. Equipment calibration, that equipment is okay or not. Responsibility, who is operating that equipment. Training need, the employee who is operating that equipment, he needs to be trained further or not. Operator information, who is operating that equipment. So responsibility and operator information could be the same. If you have any question on this slide, you may ask, please.
It's okay.
Okay. Okay, so now let's, once you feed all the information in this slide, and this slide is shared with the relevant stakeholder, then you share this slide with the relevant stakeholder, and then the relevant stakeholder or the relevant department starts collecting the data as per the information that you have filled up here, and that data is given to you. So it is your responsibility to ensure whether the data is being captured correctly or not. Because if the data will not be captured in a correct way, then your analysis will be incorrect.
No.
If your analysis will be incorrect, so that will not take you anywhere. Your project will be failed. So how to ensure whether the data which is being captured is correct or not? So for that, we conduct a, an activity which is called measurement system analysis. So what is that measurement system analysis? Oh, my system got hanged. Okay, so now we have to check, we have to study that how to conduct the measurement system analysis. But before moving with the measurement system analysis, why to conduct that measurement system analysis? So for measuring the measurement system analysis, or for doing the measurement system analysis activity, what we are supposed to do, being a Six Sigma practitioner or being a Six Sigma professional, we assume the every piece of the data cannot be measured with 100% accuracy. Every piece of the data cannot be measured with 100% accuracy. So what we do there, what we do in MSc, measurement system analysis. So if you will look at here, okay, so because this slide is saying being a Six Sigma practitioner, we assume that every piece of the data was not measured with 100% accuracy. So being a project leader or project manager, this is our job to figure out if the difference between actual and observed value matters. So observed variation will always be equal to true process variation plus minus measurement error. So plus minus measurement error, this measurement error happens because of the measurement system, and observed variation is always equal to true process variation plus minus measurement error. So what is true process variation? So true process variation comes either the times taken by the different types of transactions, long-term variation, short-term variation within sample variation. Okay, so true process variation comes up either due to the different types of transactions, long-term variation, short-term variation, or within sample variation. Now, what does it mean by measurement error? So measurement error happens just because of either because of the operator or because of the machine. And how to identify that? So for that, if you are looking at here on the slide, if this is the data distribution, this is the data distribution, and this is the upper specification limit of some process, and this is the lower specification limit of the same process. Now, if cycle time goes higher than upper specification limit, so that product or that transaction will be considered as a defect. Same goes for the transaction. If the transaction gets completed below than lower specification limit, so that will be considered as a defect. Now let's say for sample, this is the part of the data which was given to you. This is the part of the data which was given to you, and this data is lying just very close to the upper specification limit. Yeah, and the equipment which is being used to capture this data, the equipment which is being used to capture this data is not calibrated. Is not calibrated means is not correct, is not right. So what will happen then? Might be there are the chances that that equipment will measure the readings incorrectly. Let's say if uh, the benchmark of this threshold is 5 minutes, so that equipment may measure the readings 5.1 to all the readings which are containing the time of cycle time 5 minutes. That equipment can measure those readings as a 5.1 minutes, because the equipment is not calibrated, that is not giving me, that is not capturing the correct data. If that equipment is not capturing the correct data, that means we need to correct, or we need to calibrate the equipment, we need to fix the issue in the equipment, so that that equipment can start capturing the right data, and that data will be given to me, and I will perform the analysis on the same data. Yes. So that is why we conduct the measurement system analysis, whether the system through which, or the machine through which the data is being captured is correct or not. The data could not be correct, cannot be correct. So for that, what we will conduct? We will conduct measurement system analysis. Okay. We will conduct the measurement system analysis. Now, let's say there could be a situation, the machine is okay, the equipment is okay through which the data is being captured, but the operator are not skilled enough to operate the equipment. There could be an issue with the operator also. The operators are not skilled enough, or the operators are careless, or the operators are not efficient in order to operate that equipment so that they can capture the right details or right readings, right? So that variation will come either because of the operators or because of the equipment. So to validate, to calibrate the equipment and the operators, we will conduct an activity that is called gauge RNR. And to calibrate the equipment only, we conduct an activity that is called precision and accuracy for the equipment. Okay. So measurement error can be identified by calibrating the equipment. If we calibrate the equipment, we conduct accuracy and precision only. And if we want to calibrate the operator and the equipment, then we perform the reproducibility, repeatability, okay, to identify the percentage contribution of gauge RNR, and to conduct the measurement error of the measurement system. For that, we conduct an activity that is called attribute RNR. If you have any question up to here, you may ask, please. Guys, do you
Back
have?
to, yeah, please, let's go back for the first previous slide.
This one?
No, after.
This one?
No. I mean the
Next
after.
one?
Next one.
Oh, okay. This one?
Okay. What you mentioned is the measurement system error is based either on the equipment or equipment operator.
Yes.
Next slide.
Measurement
Here you
system
mentioned
error.
discrete data.
Yes, this is for discrete data.
We cannot use it for the other
Continuous?
continuous data. I mean,
For continuous, this is the activity, gauge RNR.
okay.
For gauge RNR, for continuous data, we have an activity which is called gauge RNR. For calibrating the equipment only, we will conduct the accuracy and precision activity for equipment to check whether equipment is okay or not. And if we have a discrete data, then we will conduct an activity of attribute RNR. Yeah, attribute RNR for operator and method both. So while conducting MSA for continuous data, so how to check whether equipment is okay or not? So that activity is based on test and retest. And while conducting test and retest, we measure the precision and accuracy of the equipment. Similarly, while measuring or while calibrating the operator and the equipment of gauge RNR, there are three principles. The first principle is gauge RNR as a percentage of contribution should be small compared to part variation. Number of distinct categories must be either equal to or greater than 4. Gauge RNR as a percentage of tolerance when less than 10%, then good. When greater than 10% but less than or equal to 30%, may be okay. And when greater than 30%, then not acceptable. Okay. So let's now conduct how to validate an equipment. How to validate an equipment. So to validate an equipment, we have an activity which is called accuracy is equal to target minus mean, and also we calculate the precision equal to standard deviation must be less than 1/10 of the tolerance. Okay, so if you want to validate an equipment, whether the equipment is giving us the correct measurement readings or not, so how to validate whether equipment is correct or not, or equipment is okay or not, to give me the correct readings for doing a further data analysis. So for that, we have a method which is called accuracy and precision. So we would like to calculate the accuracy of the equipment and precision of the same equipment. So how to calculate the accuracy of the equipment? So accuracy of the equipment can be measured the formula target minus mean. So how to check that? Let's say we have a measuring equipment. We have a measuring equipment in my unit, and we are dealing with the process where the water bottles are filled. Let's say water bottles are filled with what quantity? Let's say with 198 ml water bottles are filled. Okay, so now I am working in a unit where 198 ml water bottles are filled. So I want to check whether the equipment, my unit equipment, is measuring the water quantity accurately or not. So for that, I would like to get it measured. I would like to get this sample measured by some standard or by some master calibrator. So for standard, what I would like to do, I would like to take this sample to some government certified agency who can give me the correct quantity of the water in the bottle. So let's say I this sample, this bottle to some government certified agency to measure the exact quantity of the water in the bottle, and that agency told me the quantity of the water in the bottle was 198 ml. Now I want to check my equipment, my own equipment also, whether that is also giving me the correct measurement readings or not. So if my equipment is giving me correct measurement readings, so my equipment should also give me the same reading what the government certified agency told me about the water quantity in the bottle. So let's say my measuring equipment gave me the reading something like this: 198, 198.01, 198.001, 197.99. Okay, like this. So we measured the same sample. We measured the same sample 50, 60 times. Okay, though I can't mention those many readings here, but let's suppose we have measured the same sample with my equipment 50, 60 times. Okay, and then what the average will come of all those readings. Let's say the average will come, mean will come, or the average will come 198. So let's say, let's make it as a 01. Okay, so what the average has come here, 198.002, right? So why this average has come here? Because my equipment sometimes measuring 198 ml as a 198 exact, sometimes it is measuring 198.01, sometimes 198.001, sometimes 197.99, 197.99, like that. Okay, so if my equipment would have been measuring exactly or accurately, so what would have been the readings here? Again and again, 198, 198, 198, like that. Yes. And what would have been the final average? The same.
198.
Yeah, 198. But now, because my equipment sometimes calling or measuring the same quantity of 198 as a 198, sometimes it is measuring as a 198.01, sometimes 198.001, sometimes 197.99. So that's why by measuring the same sample which was measured the government certified agency by the government certified agency, now my equipment sometimes measuring with different readings. While repeating measurement readings, it's giving me different readings. So what is the average is coming here? 198. But what was the target? 198. What was the target? The 190. Let me take you to the formula. What was the target? 198. 198. But how much is the average now? 198.002 minus 198.002. So what does it mean? It means when there is an actual quantity of 198 of the water in the bottle, my unit measuring equipment is measuring that quantity as a 0.002 extra. My equipment is calling to 198 as a as a 0.002 ml extra. So that means my equipment is overweighing. Overweighing means that's measuring extra. Okay, so now in each and every industry for the equipment there is a limit, there is a decided limit for giving me the variation. So if the limit is, let's say, 0.01, this is the limit of giving me the variation, and now my equipment is giving me the variation up to how much? 0.002. So 0.002 is smaller than 0.01. So if my equipment is giving me the variation lesser than the accepted criteria, lesser than the accepted criteria. That means my equipment is okay. If it it would have been like this, if the accepted criteria would have been 0.001, then I would say my equipment is not accurate. Why? Because the variation is coming higher than the decided criteria. But now in this case, I can say my equipment is giving me accurate ratings because the accepted criteria of giving me the variation 0.01, whereas it's giving me 0.002, that's smaller than the accepted limit. So this is the first condition or criteria of calling my equipment, whether that my equipment is giving me an accurate reading. Okay, now another, so how this was the method of measuring the accuracy of any equipment. Now how to measure the precision? So to measure the precision, there is an formula as we are looking at here, that we have to measure the standard deviation from the same 50-60 times measurement readings. Like the last time we measured the average or the mean, but this time we have to measure the standard deviation. And in this standard deviation, we have to check whether the standard deviation is lesser than 1/10 of the equipment tolerance or not. So equipment tolerance is always as
189, 198, sorry.
yes, no, this is the actual quantity of the water in the bottle, and tolerance will always be USL minus LSL. Okay, and what is USL? So let's say LSL is LSL and USL. What is USL and LSL? LSL is lower specification limit and USL is upper
Upper.
specification limit. Yes. So let me make it a little smaller. Okay. So what is the tolerance? What is the accepted criteria of variation? So 0.01. So if I'll add 0.01 to 98, so it will become 198.01. And if I'll subtract 0.01 from 98, so it will become 197.99. So this is, let me give a color coding, or let me highlight it in a different color. Okay, so this is the USL and this is the LSL and this is the USL. So what does it mean? It means that if the accepted criteria for my equipment, of which equipment, which is being used to measure the readings of the water, to measure the readings of the water, to measure the quantity of the water in the bottle. So for that equipment, the lower specification limit is 197.99 and the upper specification limit is 198.01. So what does it mean? It means that my equipment is acceptable to give me the variation between 197.99 till 198.01. Now further, what does it mean? It means if my equipment, if my water quantity measuring equipment is giving me the reading 197.99, for what? For 198. If my equipment is measuring 198 quantity as a 197.99, or if it's measuring 198 quantity as a 198.01, so I am okay with that. I am okay with this much of variation. Okay, now this is the USL and this is the LSL. So my equipment is designed for giving me the variation 0.01 lesser and 0.01 higher than 198 ml. So if my equipment gives me the variation between this range, I am okay with that. But if my equipment calls 198 ml quantity as a 196 or 100 or 199, then I will not be okay with the equipment, because my equipment is designed to give me the variation only between this range. This range means to any 198 quantity, my equipment is designed to give me the figure as a 197.99 or 198.01. Okay. So now what is the tolerance? The tolerance is always USL minus LSL. So USL will be, this will be my USL, minus what will be my LSL? This will be my LSL. Now what will be the tolerance? This will be the tolerance. So now what is the formula? Formula is, if standard deviation of any equipment, let's say these are the readings of this equipment, and the way I calculated average readings last time, this time I will calculate the standard deviation. And the formula to calculate the standard deviation will be very simple, just equal to, mention, just write standard deviation, give a data range, close the bracket and enter. Now this is the standard deviation as per the formula. When to say or when to call an equipment, whether that equipment is precise or not, the standard deviation of that equipment must be lesser than 1/10 of the tolerance. So what is the tolerance? This is the tolerance. And what is the 1/10 of this? Divided by 10. So the 1/10 will be 0.002. Yeah. So now 0.002. So my standard deviation must be smaller than 0.002. But here my standard deviation is coming 0.008, which is higher. So I cannot say my equipment is precise. My equipment is not precise. And to call equipment as an okay, accuracy and precision, both parameter must be met. If either of the two has not been met, I cannot say my equipment is okay. So that's how we calibrate the equipment in any organization. And always the equipment contains some tolerance, because you might have seen human body blood pressure measuring equipment. You might have seen human body temperature measuring equipment. You might have seen several equipment in the manufacturing sector, in the automobile sectors. All the equipment in the world have some tolerance, because none of the equipment can give me accurate readings again and again. Always there will be some variation. So that variation is called tolerance. And that's what we have discussed here. If you have not understood anything, please let me know. I'll explain you again.
It's clear for the timing.
Okay, great. Now, while working on continuous data, this was for the equipment. While working on continuous data, to calibrate equipment and operator both. So what is the activity for that? That activity is based on repeatability and reproducibility. So first of all, we should understand that what is repeatability. What is repeatability? So repeatability is variation comes up in the measuring readings. Variation comes up in measuring readings due to repeated exercises by the same operator. Okay. So repeatability means the variation comes up in measuring readings due to repeated exercises by the same operator. Reproducibility. What does it mean by reproducibility? Hi guys. So the reproducibility is called the variation comes up in measuring readings or in measuring due to different operators while using different equipment or same. Okay, same goes for by same operator. Variation comes up in measuring reading due to repeated exercises by the same operator by using same equipment or different. Okay, so this is the definition for repeatability and reproducibility. What is the definition here? That repeatability, the variation comes in measuring due to repeated exercises by the same operator by using the same scale or same equipment or different scale. What is reproducibility? The reproducibility is called when variation comes up in the measurement readings due to different operators while using different equipment or common equipment. So that is called reproducibility. Now, repeatability and reproducibility. What is gauge RNR? Gauge RNR. Gauge RNR. So gauge RNR is equal to variation of reproducibility plus variation of repeatability. Okay, so the gauge RNR is called the variation which is coming due to the reproducibility due to the different operators, and the variation which is coming due to the repeatability. Repeatability means the same part is being measured by the same operator. Okay, so this activity is called gauge RNR. So how to conduct this activity in your organization? So let's say we have taken some part. And also we have some operators we have some measurement readings. Okay. Ideally, while conducting a gauge on a RNR activity, we should have a 30 samples. But for the time being, I'm taking here only, let's say, 10 samples. One, two, okay. Okay, there are there's 10 samples, and these samples are being audited by operator A, and the operator A gave me some readings for these samples. So what are the readings? Let's say for first sample, operator A said the first sample had been processed in let's say 9.21 minute in 9.24 minutes. The second sample had been processed 6.52 minutes. The third sample had been processed 7.82 minutes. 9 point. Okay. Operator A might have measured these parts or these samples with the help of some equipment, and that equipment is supposed to be calibrated. Calibrated means must be defect free, that must be okay. Okay. Now I want to check, because let's say this is the data of cycle time, and for the first part, within how much time this part had been processed in 9.24 minutes, second part 6.52 minutes, third part 7.82 minutes, and so on. Okay. And this is the data which has been given to Kamal for doing the project. Okay, Kamal.
Yes.
The data that's been given to you for doing the project, that's also been captured by the same operators. So now Kamal want to be ensure whether these operators are capturing the data in the right manner or not, because the data that's been given to Kamal for doing the data analysis, if that's incorrect, so Kamal's analysis will also be incorrect.
Yes, it will be incorrect.
Exactly. And if that will be incorrect, that analysis will not take him to into the right direction.
Sure.
So for that, Kamal want to ensure whether the operators who are capturing the data, those are capturing the data in the right way or not. So what Kamal did, Kamal took 10 samples and gave to the operators, the operator A, and Kamal said that, okay, Mr. A, just measure the time readings or time taken by the parts in getting processed. Just give me the readings for all those parts. So for the first part, operator A said this, for second this, for third, and so on. Okay. Now the same samples, Kamal has given the same sample to operator B. Kamal has given the same samples to operator B. Now operator B also has the calibrated equipment. The operator B also carrying the same equipment what A was carrying, or B might have some different equipment, but that is also supposed to be okay. The equipment must be okay. That must not be defective equipment. And if that equipment is okay and the parts are also same, what were measured by A, so B should also give the same readings if the readings were given by A are correct. Yes or no?
Yeah, it should be the reading from B should be the same like A.
Yes, if A has measured them correctly, if these are correct, so B should also say the same thing what A has said for all 10 samples.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's say for B, for the first reading, B said 20. For the sixth sample, let's say 90. And for the ninth sample, he said, let's say 80. Okay. Now, who of these two is measuring the correct readings, or who of these two are giving the right measurement? So how to know about that? So let's involve one more operator here. The same readings, the same parts will be measured by operator C. So C will also give some readings here. So let's say what readings he will give here. Okay, so these are the readings which will be given by operator C. Right? Now, if any variation is coming here, if any variation coming just because of the different operators, that will be that variation will be called due to the reproducibility, because these are the different operators. This is A, this is B, this is C, and if these three are giving me any variation in the measurement readings of the common 10 samples, so this variation will be called as a reproducibility. Yes. So this is the meaning of reproducibility. Now, what is the meaning of repeatability? So, repeatability, the same samples will be measured again by the same operator, because we want to check whether they are getting agreed with their own results or not. So, these 10 samples, I gave the 10 samples again to operator A to check whether he gives me the same reading or not. So if A had measured the first 10 samples first time correctly, he must give me the same reading again.
Supposed to be.
Yes. So, but let's say this time he gives me a little variation. And same goes for operator B. He must also give me the same readings. And same goes for C. So let's say C is also giving me some variation in his on readings. Okay, now let's take this data to the Minitab to check. To check what? To check these three principles. Which principles? To check these three principles, the gauge RNR as a percentage of contribution should be small compared to part and all. So to evaluate my MSA or gauge RNR activity against these three principles, I will take it to the Minitab and run a test of gauge RNR. So this is the sheet of gauge RNR and I have taken it to the worksheet now. Now on the worksheet, I have pasted the data here. Okay. Now see guys, how to perform a gauge RNR activity on Minitab. So for that, just go to stat and then quality tools and then gauge study and then gauge RNR study crossed. So once you will click on here, it will ask you the part numbers. So part numbers means part. These are the parts. Okay, these are the parts, and the data of these parts in this box is here in C27, C27, C27. Okay, I will double click on it. So so the data will be automatically fetched into the box. Now operator, the data of operators. So operators, C28T. So C28 operators are here. Measurement ratings, where are the measurement ratings? These are here. Now options, in options I will have to put here the benchmark of cycle time or the processing time of my production unit. So let's say my processing time threshold or the benchmark is 7 minutes. Upper specification limit 7 minutes. Now I'm going to give a name here as a gauge RNR test. I will click on OK and again click on OK. Now it will give us a graph as well as some statistical information here. So let's discuss the graph first. So what this graph is trying to explain? This graph is explaining here that the gauge RNR percentage, must be smaller than part to part. So where is the part to part? Part to part is here. Part to part is here. 98.2096. What is the part to part variation? 98.2096. And what is the gauge RNR contribution? 1.79. So the gauge RNR percentage contribution is smaller than part to part. So the first condition is passed here. Which one? This one. Let me show you again. The first condition, this one, the gauge RNR as a percentage of contribution should be small compared to part variation. Okay. So the first condition is passed here. Now, in the second graph, what it is trying to explain, it is trying to explain here, if you can look at here, the name of this graph is sample range. Sample range. So what does it mean? It means that in what ways the each part was measured by A. So the each part was measured by A with the minimum amount of variation. So if you will look at here, because see my cursor, I have put my cursor on the dot which is above the first sample or one number, and it is showing here sample range is 0. Why it is showing as a 0? Why? Because the A had measured the part 1 both times with the same readings. Let me show you. what I'm trying to explain you here, let me show you here. See, the first sample, to the first sample, A had measured 9.24, and again A had measured to the first sample as a 9.24. So how to measure the range? Maximum minus minimum, but here there is no maximum, no minimum. So 9.24 minus 9.24. So how?
Zero.
Yeah, 0. Yes. So that's what we are getting here, 0. For the first sample measured by A, 9.24 minus 9.24, sample range. Okay. Same goes for the second sample. For the third sample, we created there some variation. That's why it is giving me here 0.01. So let's check for the third sample for operator A. Third sample 7.83 and 7.83, and the first time it was 7.82. So 7.83 minus 7.82, 0.01. So that's why it is giving me there 0.01. Okay. So here the variation is coming 0.01. So 0.01 is the range or the variation coming between the first measurement readings and the repeated measurement readings of the third part. Okay. For the first part there was no variation. There was no variation for the fifth, and same goes for the sixth. There was a variation. So that's what it is showing here, that when 10 samples were measured by A, so what was the measuring pattern or measuring trend for all those 10 samples? So those 10 samples were measured by A with this much of variation. And same goes for the B. When these 10 samples were measured by B, how was the trend or how was the pattern? So it is giving me here that all the points are sitting at 0 besides 4 part for the operator B. And but for C, it's giving me a huge variation for the part number 4, part number 6, and part number 8. There is a huge variation, right? So when we consider this measurement system as a very good measurement system, when all these data points be either close to green line or near to the bottom red line, okay, then we consider the measurement system is okay or good. Now let's discuss the third graph. The third graph is sample mean. So how to interpret it? The sample mean is what is the mean?
Sorry.
Yes,
Back to the previous
this one.
graph. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's see. Different people,
Yes.
operator, I mean,
Yes.
with the same machine or part.
Yes, with the same machine or part, measuring in
Here
what?
we cannot say, for example, that the defect is from the operator, not the
No.
machine itself.
Yes, we either this variation is coming due to the two different reasons. Either their equipment are not calibrated, because C might have, if is using the different equipment, B is using the different equipment, A is using the
Different equipment.
Yeah. So but they are measuring the same parts. If they are measuring the same parts, so why? The A is calling to the part number 3 with the measuring to the part number 3 with some different measurement readings. To part number 6, A is measuring with the different measurement readings, and same goes for the 8. But why B is not measuring the same part with the same measurement readings? So here there could be the issue with the equipment or with the operator's skill, with whether they are not using the calibrated equipment, or the equipment, if they are using the common equipment, then they are not skilled enough to operate that equipment properly? Yes.
Yes.
So that's what we can identify from here. If they are using a different equipment, so there could be an issue with the equipment is not calibrated, or if they are using the common equipment, the same equipment, then they are not skilled enough to operate the equipment. So in that case, what to do? If they are using the common equipment, then they need to be trained further, because they do not know how to operate the equipment properly. That's why for the third part, A is giving me some different measurement readings, for 6 different measurement, and but for 3, B is not giving me the same reading what A had given me, and for fourth part, B is again not giving me the same reading what the A had given me. So why this different is coming? It is because of their skillness issue. They do not know how to operate the equipment. Yes. So that's what we can come to know from here. Now, sample mean. So what does it mean by sample mean? Sample means it gives me the variation, though it's also giving me the variation, but it gives me the variation in context of the average. So it is giving me that what is the average coming for the first part when A had measured that 2 different times or repeated times. So this was the average, 9.24. For the second part, this was the average of 2 different measurement readings or 2 common measurement readings. This was the average. Okay. Now same thing it is explaining here about the B, that what was the measurement average between the 2 measurement readings for the same part for the different operator. So how to interpret this when we can say the measurement system is good or okay? The pattern, the trend of the measurement readings must be identical or must be similar with one another. So if we are looking at here for the A, it's going down, then up, and like this. So for B, it's also going a similar way, not in a complete way, but yes, for some extent, these are symmetrical. And if we can compare this C1, C has not given me the correct same pattern, but yes, for some extent we can say there is a symmetrical, not completely same picture, but yes, they have some agreement between one another. So it gives me the mean that what all samples are being measured, with what all average measurement readings. So to the first part, B is calling 9.2, A is calling 9.24, C is calling 9.2. For the first part, they are almost on the same page. For the second part, 6.52. For the second part, 6.52. For the second part, 6.52. For third part, for third part, for third part. For fifth part, for fourth part, they are not on the common reading. 9.65, 9.65, 9.06. So here C is giving me a much variation as comparative to these two. So we can come to know from here that I'm getting a variation, but whether this much of variation is accepted by the process or not, that's the thing of matters. So if this much of variation is accepted by the process, then we can say this measurement system is okay for us. So this much of variation between the 3 operators is okay. Now, this is the graph which is showing here when the same first part was measured 6 times. 6 times why? 2 times by A, 2 times by B, and 2 times by C. So total 6 times. So what was the mean of that? So for the first sample, it is saying here it was measured accurately. I mean, not very much of variation. Second part was also measured with not very much of variation. Same goes for the third. But for the fourth part, it is saying here it was measured with different measurement readings. And this was the mean. So there's some issue here. So what happened to that fourth part? Why this much of variation had fallen? The fifth part, again, it was not measured with very much of variation. Same goes for the sixth, seventh, but eighth part again was measured with huge variation. Ninth was okay, 10th was okay. So if this much of variation is okay by the process, then no issue, we can say the measurement system is okay. If this much variation is not okay, then we should work on it, that what happened here. If they were using the different equipment, so whether the equipment was misbehaving there, or if they were using the common equipment, what happened. Were my operators unskilled enough, or they were careless, or they were involved into some other activity while measuring the readings. What was exactly happening there. So that's the thing of doing investigation. Now this is giving me the picture of 20 readings, box plot of the 20 readings, and these box plot must be identical with the common mean or similar mean. So if we will look at here, what is the mean for the first? 7.84, 7.82, 7.68. So this is giving me a huge the mean higher than these two. But still, till the time my gauge RNR is lesser than part to part, I can say this condition is met. This condition cannot be met because we are getting here huge variation. So we need to work on this area, whether the equipment issue or operator's skillness issue. Same we can work here also. As per these part also, we can identify where is the issue. And as per the area of this box plot, we can say this is giving me a mean as a 7.68, whereas B is giving me 7.82 and 7.84. So its mean for the C operator is coming lesser than B and A. So why this much of variation is coming here? Now this is also giving me the picture of 10 samples had been measured by different 3 operators. So the trend line must be identical or similar. But here, if you are looking at here, for the part 4 and for the part 8, we are getting a huge variation. The same thing we were getting here. So from this we can identify where is the issue, whether the issue with the equipment or with the operators. And subsequently we can fix the equipment issue, or we can retrain our operators. If you have any question in the graph so far, please you may ask. Guys, any question?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now, how to understand that statistical information? This statistical information can be understood by referring this. Okay, guys, just I'm giving you the session. I'm showing you on the Minitab. Would you also like to do practice on Minitab?
Yes, why not?
Okay, so I'll do one thing in the next session. I'll give you some time to do practice of gauge RNR of 7QC tools and all. Okay, I'll try to manage some time by giving you the hands-on on Minitab. Will that be okay?
Okay.
But for that, I suggest you please just get installed, or yes, of course, you do not have any option. So just get installed Minitab on trial basis on your laptop or desktop, so that we can perform some, analysis practice on Minitab in the next session. Yeah, will that be okay?
Okay.
Yeah. So now gauge RNR. So gauge RNR. So the first principle of gauge RNR, like this: gauge RNR as a percentage of contribution should be small compared to part variation. So gauge RNR as a percentage contribution must be small part to part. So part to part is coming here how much? 98.21, and gauge RNR is coming here 1.79. So the first condition is met. So the first principle is pass here. Now the gauge RNR percentage contribution, if less than 10% of the tolerance. So what is the tolerance here? Tolerance is 100%, and the gauge RNR as a percentage is coming 13%. So that is greater than 10% but lesser than 30%. So that is also okay. Now number of distinct categories must be either equal to or greater than 4. So either equal to or greater than 4. So what does it mean by here? If you will look at here, the second principle, number of distinct categories must be equal to or greater than 4. So what does it mean by number of distinct categories? So number of distinct categories, let me write it down here. Number of distinct categories equal to, so it will be number of standard deviations of part to part divided by number of standard deviation of gauge RNR. Okay, so number of standard deviations of part to part. This is not art, this is part. Part to part. Okay, number of standard deviations of part to part divided by number of standard deviations of gauge RNR. So if the number of standard deviations of part to parts are 8 and number of standard deviations of gauge RNR are 2, so what will be the outcome? 4. That means my standard deviation of gauge RNR are 4 times smaller than part to part. Yes. If I'll make the count of standard deviation of part to part as an 18, now the result will be 9. That means my standard deviation of gauge RNR are 9 times smaller than part to part. Okay, so this is the meaning. This is the meaning of number of distinct categories. So number of distinct categories are 10 here. So it means my gauge RNR standard deviation is 10 times smaller than gauge than part to part. So this is the meaning of the number of distinct categories. Okay, and all the 3 conditions are met here or have been passed. So my gauge RNR is okay here. So now I can, as per the sample what I have created here, to show you that how to conduct gauge RNR activity in our live sessions or during our real world projects. If this is the information or this kind of information we receive from the gauge RNR activity, then we conclude that my measurement system analysis is okay for the continuous data, and we think the data is also okay that's been given to me, and then we measure the process capability on that data. If you have any question up to here, you may ask, please. Kamal.
It's a little bit confusing actually, but we will try.
Sorry, no, I didn't get you. You are confused.
No, I mean, many graphs, many numbers, it becomes more and more difficult.
Yes, because that's why I was asking you whether you would like to do a practice, because without practice everything will be washed out. Yes, because this is the thing, until you will do practice you won't be able to remember.
Sure.
So that's why I asked you if you would like to do the practice, because just what's it for me? For me, just I'll get it covered. I'll get it covered for you, and at the end of the day, I'll say that okay, Kamal and gentlemen, your training has been completed. But I know, because I have trained so many people so far, so many people, I think thousands of people. So without doing practice, you won't be able to learn it by heart. If you learn it by heart, you want to get some benefit of it. So I advise you, my friends, please do practice. So please install Minitab on your desktop or on your laptop. And in the next session, I'll try to manage some time to give you hands-on. I'll assist you how to do that, where to click on, okay, how to feed the data and everything, so that later on, post completion of the training, you can also perform those analyses in your real-time project, in your office, in your organization, wherever you want. Or post completion of the training, if you still want to connect with me, you will be able to be with me through email. Okay. Because I would like to share with you the Minitab link on your emails, not right now, at the last day. Then you will be able to connect with me through email. Okay.
Okay, great.
So that in case of any, during any activity or in your organization, in your office, then you can directly just email me, or you can contact me, and by getting the time, I'll respond to you.
Thank you.
Because we will keep getting calls from our from my alumni who are sitting in a very, good positions, and they are into different positions, into different sectors. So one of my trainees, just she was struggling that how to implement ISO 27001, what will be the roadmap, how to do, and she was very nervous. So she asked me, sir, my this is the question on my job. So now please let me know how to do that. So then I advised her step by step how to implement ISO 27001 in her organization. Then she started implementing and subsequent activities. And now she has done almost 90% of the project. But still, the project, the certification is supposed to be, issued from the certification body. But still, they have done all the 90% work of the project related. Yeah. So
Thank you.
do not worry. Yeah, do not worry. If in case in future, if you in case you feel any help, any suggestion or anything from me, so I'll be there for you on email. Okay, and I'll be there for you.
Thank you.
So let's continue now with the next element. That is because so far we have discussed about gauge RNR and how to calibrate the equipment. So both activities are done on continuous data. If you are looking at here, continuous data, this activity as well as the previous activity, both are done on continuous data. So let's discuss now on discrete data. So discrete data, because we calibration of operators and method while working on discrete data. Okay. So calibration of operators and method while working on discrete data. So what is the discrete data? Because I believe you must know it before, because the very first day we had covered the basic statistics and types of data. Yeah. So let's say you are working on a metric in your organization, or in your office. Let's say on some quality score. So quality score is the discrete data. Or you might be working on data that contains some attributes like pass unit, fail unit, pass unit, fail unit, like that. So that is also considered as a discrete
Discrete.
data. Yeah, exactly. Just give me a sec, guys. Let me check how's this. So for this activity, let's say you might be working on some discrete data in your office, and the discrete data could be like the count of defects, or the count of production, or the pass unit data, fail units data, like that, or the quality score. So if you are working on such CTQs, then this method will be applicable to calibrate your QCs in your production unit. So how to do that? So for that, again, in the previous activity, we are supposed to take at least 30 samples, but here we are supposed to take at least 60 samples. But again, for the time being, I am going to take here only 10 samples. So part, then again operators, and then attribute or score. Okay, now part. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are 10 parts, and that you have given to some of your operators for doing what? Just to measuring the quality score or their quality. So let's say to the first operator you have given it, and okay, now attribute. So this operator has some criteria or some parameter to evaluate the quality or the pass or fail condition for all these samples. So as per the criteria or the parameter, had A had given a rating here to the part A, that is, let's say 98. To the second part, he had given a rating 79, then 81, like that. Or he could have said pass fail also, pass fail, pass, pass, like that. Okay, so in both ways we can conduct it, either with the attributes, because these are the attributes, these are the text. Okay, to the first part, A operator is calling as a pass, to the second part he is calling as a fail. Or we can go with the numbers also, like to the first part he gave a quality score as a 98, then 75, then 68, then 82, and then this, like this, 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 this. Okay, so these are the quality score which have been given by the operator A to all these parts. Now we have to check whether A is giving me, or A is giving the score to all the parts correctly or not, because this is the data of quality score. And let's say if I forgot the name of another gentleman,
Josie,
Josley.
Josie.
Okay. So, can you explain me please a little bit about your profile? What exactly you are working or dealing with?
I'm a staff nurse in an outpatient clinic.
Okay, so are you both from the same company?
I'm from private.
Okay, and Kamal is from government.
Government.
Okay, okay, right. Jocelyn, that's right. Right. So let's say let's this time take an example for Jocelyn. So in Jocelyn's process, what's happening for the first part? Okay, do you also have some quality department or something like that, Jocelyn?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So okay, to the first part, the first operator audited, and by completion of the auditing, he gave a rating or the quality score as a 65. To the second part, he gave a rating or the quality score is 75, 68, 82, and so on. Okay. Now Jocelyn, an assignment was given to Jocelyn to increase the quality score of the department. So this is the data. When the data was given to Jocelyn, so Jocelyn wanted to be sure whether the quality score data being captured correct manner or not, accurately or not. So for that, Jocelyn wanted to conduct an activity which is called attribute agreement analysis. Okay, this activity is called AAA, attribute agreement analysis. Okay. Now, so what Josley did, he just collected 10 samples and gave them to some operator A. And Josley told him that, okay, you have to just score the quality score for all those 10 samples. So the operator A did 65 for the first, for second 75, 68, and so on. Now, the same samples were given to operator B. To operator B. Now, because the samples are common, again, samples are common, and the criteria of auditing or the parameter sheet or the checklist of evaluating the quality of the parts is also common. So B must also speak the same thing in terms of quality score. What A said, if A had scored accurately. So B must also speak the same thing, like to the first part as a 65, 75, 68, and so on. But let's say B had scored to the first part as a 60, then 60, and then to this one as a 30. Okay, now who of these two is speaking the truth? So how to know about that? So for that, the same samples are given to the operator C. Now operator C will also use the same criteria, parameter, or checklist to evaluate the quality of these 10 parameters. Okay, now let me create some 66, 41. Okay, this much is okay. Now all three has given me some variation. All three has given me some variation here. Okay, so now whatever the variation we get here, that is called the between variation. Why between variation? Because we are getting the variation between different operators. So this variation is called between variation. Okay, now who of these three is measuring the correct reading? So for that we will Josley will tell them to get repeated their exercises. So let's say Josley told to operator A for repeating his exercise, and A is repeating his exercise, so he must give the same reading again what he gave before. What he gave before. So let's say here he was not agree with on his before readings. Same goes for the operator B. He will also repeat his exercise. he must be agreed with his own readings, what he gave us before, but let's say he is also not getting agreed and he gave me some variation. Same goes for C. And here 71, and that's it. Yeah. So now here, if you will look at here now, standard. Okay, now, so we will come to know with this activity about the effectiveness of the system. So the effectiveness, effectiveness of the system. So what is that effectiveness? So effectiveness is total agreed between operators total number of audited samples. Okay, the formula is, let me write it down first completely. Total multiplied by okay, so the formula to calculate the effectiveness of any measurement system while working on a discrete data. So the formula is total agreed results between operators, total agreed results between operators divided by total number of audited samples multiplied by 100. So this way we can come to know about the effectiveness of the measurement system. So how to know about it? So let's say for the first sample, A measured as a 65, B measured as a 60, C measured as a 60, A measured again 65, B measured again 60. That means for the first sample, they are not agreeing with one another because A was measuring it as a 65, B was measuring it as a 60, C was again measuring it as a 60, and again A was measuring it as a 60. So for the first sample, they are not even giving me common result. Okay, let's check for the second sample. 75, 75, 75, 70. So for the second also they are not getting agreed with one another. Yes, so out of two samples they are not agreeing. For third sample, operator A was measuring to the third sample or part as a 68. For the third sample as a 68, B also, but C is measuring it as a 66. So out of three, they are not getting agreed with any of the sample. Okay, so that's how we check here for how many samples they are giving me the common results. Okay, so let's say for example, they have given me only 6 samples as a common result, and for the remaining 4 samples, they were not agreeing. So what will be the effectiveness percentage of the system here? So the effectiveness percentage will be 50%. Oh, this is incorrect. 6 divided by, oh, this is not due 4. This is
1.2, 1.5.
no, this will be 60 because the total sample we had 10. The total sample we had 10 because this formula will be like this: 6 divided by 10 multiplied by 100. So why 10? Because how many total samples are there? Only 10. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes. Kamal, the total samples we had how many? Only 10. We can't say that we had 60 samples like this, 20, 30, 40. We can't say 50, 60. We can't say that in this way that we had 60 samples. No, because we had only 10 samples and those 10 samples were repeated by different operators. Okay,
Yeah.
so this will be 6. And why 6? Because out of these 10, how many times all of them they were agree with the common result for the common parts or the common sample. So for an example, I have mentioned here that they were agree only for 6 parts with the common results out of 10 samples. So the formula will be here. 6 divided by 10 multiplied by 100. So the effectiveness score will be here 60%. So what does it mean? So let's say in your process or in Ghostly process could be 85. Effectiveness score could be 85. But the people or the operator or the QCs are only giving the effectiveness score as a 60. So it means while measuring the same sample, while using the same parameter sheet or same checklist, why they are giving the different results for the same samples. That means in terms of knowledge, process knowledge or product knowledge, they are on different level. So they needs to be trained. Yes, Gasly?
I am
Yeah. So is it clear to you or not?
clear.
Are you sure?
Second.
Yes. Because in the next session, you will perform on your Excel sheet and will show me.
Okay.
Will you be okay?
Loaded of information.
No problem. I'll assist you. I'll help you there. Okay. Okay. Just it doing by me and just keep speaking by me will not work for you, my friend.
Okay.
Yeah, so next session, in next session, it that will be you who will perform it on the Excel sheet and Minitab. I'll just keep observing to both of you what all you will do, and in case you stuck anywhere, you get confused, I'll help you.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so effectiveness, so the effectiveness is 6 divided by 10. Okay, so what to know from this activity? So from this activity we can come to know that okay, if the same samples are being audited by the different operators, operator A, B and C, and the same parameter or criteria they were using for evaluating the quality of all these 10 samples, so why those are not giving me the common or the same results? So that means in terms of knowledge they are not on the same level, so they needs to be trained here. Okay,
Okay.
now let's calculate the efficiency. For the efficiency, okay, so both of you are doing a black belt or green belt?
Green belt.
Okay,
Green and black.
okay, green belt, right? Great. Efficiency. Okay, so for efficiency, there is a formula. What is the formula? Total number of agreed results between operators and standard divided by total number of audited samples, number of audited samples and multiplied by 100. Okay, so now if you look at here, total number of agreed results between operators and standard divided by total number of audited samples. Okay, so in effectiveness, what we were doing in effectiveness, just we were seeking the agreed results between operators only. But Kamal, here we would like to check the number of agreed results between operators and standard. Okay, so the standard could be anybody. The standard could be, if this is if we take an example of the manufacturing unit. So in manufacturing unit there are the standard some equipment, but in human being process, like the service sector, the standards are considered as the quality assistant manager or quality manager. These are considered as the standards. Okay, so now what does it mean here, Kamal? So what we will do here, the same parts will be measured by the standard also. And who will be the standard? It could be the quality manager. So quality manager will also measure the same 10 samples, the same which were audited by the A and B and C. And by using the criteria or the parameter sheet, he will also give me some quality score for all the 10 parts or the samples. So let's say for the first sample, he gave here 65, 65. For second sample, 75, then 80, then 82, 82, then 65, then 40, then 98, 25, 65, and 87. Okay, so these were the readings which were given by the standard. Now we have to okay. So now to check the efficiency of the system, of the measurement system or the attribute agreement analysis, we check the number of agreed results between operators and standard. So this is the standard. So we have to check here that how many times all the operators are getting agreed with the standard. Like for the first sample, they are getting agreed.
Eight.
Yes, Kamal?
I mean, the A operator was agreed with the standard in 8 times.
8 times, yeah. So let's take an example as an 8, because I also don't know how many times they are getting agreed. So let's say 8 times. So 8 divided by 10 multiplied by 100. So this will come 80%. Okay, so this is 80%. So what does it mean here? It means like,
Efficiencies.
yeah, exactly. The 20% there is a variation. 20% there is a variation between standard and the operators. So if this 20% is acceptable for the process leaders, so then okay, no problem. But let's say if the target for the efficiency would have been 85%, and here we are getting only 80%. So that means what could be the issue? Why the operators are not getting agreed with the standard 85%? So either they are not as much, they are not equal in terms of knowledge of the product or the process with the standard, or might be the standard is using a different standard or the criteria to evaluate the quality score of these 10 samples, and these are not using the updated one. The standard or the criteria or the parameter sheet which is being used by the operators, that is not the updated one, that is not the latest one, and he is using the updated one parameter sheet or the checklist to evaluate the criteria. So these are the two outcomes comes out from here to work on further if the efficiency and effectiveness is not meeting the threshold what is decided by the management. Okay, so that's how we conduct this activity manually. But if again we want to take it to on the Minitab, so on Minitab, okay, on Minitab, so this will be the data for attribute agreement analysis. So let's say
Quality
stat,
tools.
yeah, quality tools, attribute
R&D.
agreement analysis. Okay, so now it's asking for the data of attribute. So attribute means attribute or score. Samples means the parts, these are the parts. Appraisers means the operators, these are the operators. Standard means the standard data. Where is that standard data? It's here. Okay, so now once I'll click on OK, it will give me again the graph and the statistical information, the similar way we received from Gauge RNR. Okay, now if you will look at here, so this is the graph and assessment agreement. So it is saying here within appraiser. So this is giving me the variation or the percentage of agreed results within appraiser. That means for operator A, it is saying here that what was the percentage of agreement of agreed results between A, because A had measured his own A had measured his own 10 samples twice, 2 times. So, but what did he give me the same readings for all his 10 samples the next time also? No, he was not agreed with 2 of his readings out of 10 in the next activity, in the next exercise. So that's why his agreed percentage is 80% only. Same goes for the B, 80% only. But C is 90% because it is saying here the what B said the first time, he did not said the next time for the 2 samples. What C said the first time, he did not say the same thing for the 1 sample. So that's why the agreed percentage 90% for C, for B 80%, and for A as well it is 80%. Now it is giving us the variation between appraiser and standard. So appraiser and standard, it is saying here that how many times the readings of A are getting agreed with the readings of a standard. So it is saying here only 6 times. Only 6 times. The remaining 4 times A is not getting agreed with the standard. For B, it is saying here for the B only 2, only this is very less. B is only getting agreed with the standard 4 times only. The 6 times he is not getting agreed. Here it is saying for C is also getting agreed 4 times with the standard. For the remaining 6 times, he is not getting agreed. So this is the graphical information of the attribute agreement analysis. Now let's see the statistical information. The statistical information is here. Okay, see. Now within appraiser, so it is saying here the A had measured, A had inspected how many samples? 10. B how many? 10. C 10. And for how many times A was agreed with his own measurement readings? Only 8 times he matched. Only B.
He matched, sorry, he matched with the standard, huh?
Sorry.
Here he matched with the standard or with himself.
He matched with on his readings 8 times.
The second time.
Yes, this is within appraiser. So within appraiser means how many times he is getting agreed with his own readings during his repeated exercises.
Yeah, good.
Okay, so A 8 times, B 8 times, C 9 times. Okay, now each appraiser versus the standard. Now, Kamal, this is against the standard.
Yeah.
So A was agreed with the standard how many times? Only 6 times. B was agreed with the standard how many times? Only 4 times. C was agreed with the standard how many times? Only 4 times. Now this was the individual score. Now the aggregation will be that how many times all the appraisers were agreed with each other. Only 2 times. Oh my God, this is very poor. This is not a good result. Only out of 10 times they were agreed only for 2 times. That's it. Only 20%. 80% they were saying just here and
Different.
there. Yeah. So this could not be a good MSA, or this could not be a good MSA result. So now all appraisers versus standard. So all appraisers versus standard, again, all the appraisers are getting agreed with the standard only 2 times. Oh my God. Again, this is very worst situation for the QC department. So the data on which any practitioner, Six Sigma practitioner will work, and if that data is being captured by such QCs whose percentage of agreed results is only 20% or 2%, that data will not be doable anymore. So this will be the attribute agreement analysis, gauge RNR, and your, we can say, the equipment calibration. Okay, so if we get the result from all these activities okay, then we think the data was captured correctly. And if the data was captured correctly, then what we will do, we will measure the process capability. So now let's move to the process capability, how to measure the process capability. Process capability, let me paste it here. Okay, on continuous data. So how to measure the process capability on continuous data? By measuring the z-score and by measuring the CP and CPK. Okay, on discrete data, so by measuring the DPMO. And this is called defects,
Per million.
yes, per million opportunity. Okay, so now let's discuss about the z-score. What is z-score? So for z-score, the formula to, if you want to calculate the z-score of any process, so the z-score would be USL minus mean divided by standard deviation. Okay, and the another formula for z-score would be mean minus LSL, mean minus LSL divided by standard deviation. Okay, so when to use the upper formula and when to use the lower formula? Upper formula will be used when we are working on a metric that we would like to see decreasing like reducing cycle time, reducing processing time, reducing defects rate, like that. So then the above formula will be used or applicable. when will we use the lower one? Lower one will be used or applicable when we would like to work on the metric that we would like to see always increasing, like sales score, collection score, quality score, uh, customer satisfaction score, or number of uh, uh, net promoter scores, like that. Okay, when we will work on such metrics. So while working on a continuous data, we should check whether the data is in normal distribution or not. Okay, we should check whether the data is in normal distribution or not. Why to check that? uh, Justly, do you have any idea why to check before measuring the process capability whether the data is in normal distribution or not? Josly, are you there?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Do you have any idea, my friend, why to check the uh, normality of any data?
Actually, that's why I take this course, because I want to know how quality works. So this is only for my
that,
personal.
that's
Yeah.
okay, no problem. See, okay, just look at the screen of your desktop or laptop.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say I have this data sample. Okay, yes. Now, so what is the mean of this data? What will be the mean of this data sample?
1 plus 6 divided by 2.
Yes, the mean will be of this sample, the 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, and divided by 5. Yes,
Yeah.
only that's how we can calculate the average of any sample or data set.
Or 1 plus 5 divided by 2.
1 plus 5 divided by 2 will not give me the correct answer of the average, because to calculate the average of any sample, we are supposed to add all the score values in that data set.
Then divide by the number.
Yes, divide by the count of the
Yeah,
numbers.
number of count.
Yes, yeah. So if we would do that the way you are saying, 5 plus 1, then it will be 6, and then divide by the 2. So that will be the median.
Median.
Yeah, that will be the median.
Yeah.
Okay, the average will be 3 here. Okay, now if let's say this is the data of production, I have 5 machines, and the first machine, the rate of production for the first machine is 1 product, for second machine 2 product, then 3 product, 4 product, and 5 product. So end of the day, I want to check on an average the average number of production by each of my machines. So as per this data distribution, I can say the average production by each of my machine is 3 product. Can I say this? Josley and Kamal?
No,
By looking at this data distribution, if this is the data of parts production, and my first machine has given me 1 production, second machine has given me 2, 3, 4, and 5. I had 5 machines, and all of the 5 machines had given me this count of production. At the end of the day, can I say now the average production by each of my machines is 3? Can I say now?
no.
What would you say then?
That's the mean production for.
Yes.
Or yeah. The average, yes, average is 3, yes.
Average.
Yes, average, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so and up to here, if this is the data distribution, I can say each of my machines is giving me the average production is 3. That means each of my machine is manufacturing how many parts? 3 on an average.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Yes.
if I make it to the last data point instead of 5, if I'll make it as a 35, can I say now that each of my machines is giving me or manufacturing 9 parts as an average on daily basis?
No.
Jocelyn?
Because there is a, sorry.
No, no, that's okay.
I-
Yeah.
No,
Jocelyn,
because
what's your input?
I think no, because there is variance.
Yeah. Exactly, because there is a variance here. There is a variation. You are true. Yeah. So that's why, because till the time I will have here, this will be my normal distribution. Okay. And if I'll make it as a 3, now it has become a not normal distributed data. So to understand the process capability, I should remove this. Either I should remove this data point to 35, or I should do something with this data point to nullify the effect of which is making it as a huge variation, so that I can have a right calculation of my process. Yes, because if I will have this type of distribution, so with this type of distribution, this data can give me the correct process capability. But if I'll have this type of distribution, will it give me the correct process capability? No.
No.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Just tell me one thing. Is it the festival season in your area at your places right now? Because I heard that by today you were closed, and from tomorrow onwards you are going to open, something like this. The offices or places are going to. I mean, were you on holidays? Is it the time of holiday?
Yes. Today holiday, yeah. Tomorrow.
Okay, tomorrow will be holiday.
Yeah. Today and tomorrow.
Today and tomorrow. Yeah, that could be the weekend, I think.
Yes.
Okay, but what's about the? I mean, because I heard from someone that right now you are the people are on leave at your place, the offices and all. So from I mean Sunday evening or Sunday morning you will start working. Something I heard from someone.
Actually, Friday, Saturday are off
Okay.
days.
Okay, Friday and
Sunday
Sunday.
is working day.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So let's say, okay, just tell me one thing. Okay, let's say you are dealing with a business, not with this hospital and medical aid business, a healthcare industry, with some different business. Okay, yes, you are dealing with some hotel business. Okay, yes, I'm taking an example here, Kamal and Jocelyn, that we are working with some hotel industry. Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Now,
Okay.
so in hotel industry, let me create some data. Jan, Feb, March, April, May, June, July, August. October, November. Okay. So this is the data. Okay, for January, for this January, let's say 2020, let's take an example of this year itself. In January, from January till June, from January till June, or let's say, yeah, June. Okay. Let's say the sale of the hotel was very poor, like 20, let's say 20, 15 million and 12 million, 10 million, 9 million, 12, like that. Okay. Then from July, then it was from like 95, 89. Okay. Then in November, it was like 101, 112, okay, like that. Okay, tell me one thing. This is the data. Let's say this is the data of some hotel of their sales, their business. That how much revenue did they get in which month? Okay. Yes, Kamal and Jocelyn.
Yes.
Okay. So let's say that hotel did a business of 15 million in the month of January, in the month of Feb 12, then March 10, and April 9, in May 12, 15, like that. Okay. And okay, then in the month of June, it was 15. But from the month of July, the business just, the revenue got hiked, suddenly got hiked in the month of July. And from July till October, it was just in, let's say, we can say like this. And in November and December, it was very much in green. Yeah. Why was this? Because what I want to explain you here, that from Feb till June, my business, my revenue was very poor. Yes.
Yes.
Why? Just it could be just because of Corona.
Okay.
Okay.
Winter.
No, Corona,
I mean. Oh,
pandemic.
anything can.
Yeah,
Okay.
pandemic. Just because of the Corona pandemic, the business of the hotel was very poor because nobody was visiting there. Nobody was no visitors were there. So no revenue, no business, nothing. Yeah. But when the everything got open from the month of July, then the business was like this: 95, 89 million, 96 million, 92 million, 98 million. And suddenly festival season falls at your places or at anywhere else. The festival season falls, and uh, the the sales just goes, I mean, hiked.
Actually.
So like $101 million, $112 million. So if you will look at the data, this data contains a huge variation. Okay, huge variation. Why? Because in the month of during the month of Jan, Feb, March, April, and uh, during the time of Jan, Feb, March, April, May, June, it was the business of the hotel was very poor. But during the normal time, again, during the normal time, the business of the hotel was okay, like 95, 89, 96, 92, and 98. And during the time of November and December, the business was 101, 112. So I want to check the process capability of the revenue or the sales of the hotel, sales department of the hotel. So should I consider the data of this Jan, Feb, March, April, May, June also?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. And Jocelyn, what's your
Yeah.
input here?
Yeah.
Okay. but as per my input, I should not include the data, though I should, but I would not include the data. Why? Because these are the outliers in my data, because I know this is the actual performance of my data. Why?
Okay.
Because this is the actual performance of my data. The poor performance came up of my business or the revenue just because of the corona
Corona.
pandemic.
Okay.
Okay, corona pandemic. Will it happen every year? No. Does it happen uh, I mean regular basis on every year? No. It was just in 2020. Will it happen next year also? No. What will be the pattern, or what will be the trend of the business in the next year of my business? This one. Yes.
Okay.
So I would like to measure the capability of my process of this area, because this will be the normal performance of my business. This was the special cause. The special cause of what? Due to the corona pandemic. So due to the corona pandemic, nobody visits. Nobody visited my hotel. So uh, the customers, the base customer or the revenue from the customer was very poor. So that's why that affected my business. But now it does not happen very regular basis. It is not the regular pattern of my business. So this is the special cause. So I would not include this data. I would like to measure the capability of my process only of this particular data, which is the normal performance of my business. Okay. And by measuring the process capability of sales department on this data, only then I will be able to measure the actual performance of my uh, sales department or the revenue department. So that's how we measure the capability of any process. So my meaning is here of saying it, that before measuring the data, before measuring the process capability of any data, we should check whether the data is in normal distribution or not. Okay. Okay, tell me one thing. What are the peak hours at your places in terms of traffic jam and all?
7 o'clock.
In the evening till
6 p.m.
6 p.m. Okay, 7 o'clock from morning till 6 p.m. Is it the very high time for traffic and red signals and all?
Mm.
Okay. So let's say Jocelyn, from Sunday till Thursday, you go to your office. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. You go to your office on from Sunday till sorry, from Sunday till Thursday. You go to your office. Now, what happens? Your car gives you a mileage. Your car gives you a mileage of let's say between 16 till 17 kilometer per liter, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Now, the first weekend falls of the month, Friday and Saturday, and you thought to go on some long drive. And because just because of weekend, the traffic was very less. There was no traffic jam, no crowd, nothing. So while running the car, your car gave you the mileage of 21 or 22 kilometer per liter. Okay.
Okay.
Now again your weekend uh, got ended, and you started going to your office from Sunday morning till Thursday evening. Again your car has started giving you the mileage of 16, 17. Now again second weekend fall, and when the second weekend fell, then you again decided to go to somewhere else, and again you went on some long drive. And this time again, because of no traffic, no crowd, your car gave you the again a mileage of 21 or 22 kilometer per liter. Okay. Then you again came back from the long drive of post 2 days, and you started again with your office from Sunday morning till Thursday evening. Now, for again third weekend, you went to somewhere on long drive by through some highway where was no traffic, no signals, and your car gave you again the mileage of 21 till 22, approximately this figure as a kilometer per liter. And same happened for the fourth weekend also. At the end of the month, one of your friend called you up, or one of your family member called you up, that we are at the airport, so please come here to pick up. And just you checked, okay, let's check how much is the fuel in my car, and whether the quantity of the fuel will be enough, more enough to go and to come back to the airport. So just you took an idea that, okay, how much kilometer my car traveled throughout the month, and for how much amount did I do the fueling and all. So you came to know that, okay, my car is giving this much of mileage, and just you started to the airport to pick up your family members or your colleague. But while coming back from airport, your car got stuck. Got stuck means ran out of petrol or out of fuel. So why did it happen? Because moving to the airport, before moving to the airport, you did a pretty much calculation, pretty much right calculation, that how much you traveled throughout the month, how much of amount did you do the fueling and all. So what was wrong in that? Just give me a sec, guys. I'm getting a call from the office. Yes. So yes, guys. So now let me know what was the issue, because Josley had done pretty much calculation before moving to the airport in the example, and still his car ran out of petrol on the way. So what was the wrong? What was wrong with the car or the calculation?
He did not consider that this day when he's going to the airport to pick up his family.
Mm-hmm.
He did not consider that it's a traffic day.
Exactly. Yeah, you got it. You got the point. Jocelyn, do you also have any idea, my friend? What was wrong?
Same with Sir Kamal.
Right, all right, all right. Yeah. So see, because we could not got an idea about the right mileage of my car, because I included the data of those long driving also, yes, of those 4 weekends. Okay, because while I don't know about your place, because I never have been in your country, so I don't know whether how much is the airport from your property, and whether that's a very crowded area or very red light signals and all. So, but like in Delhi, in India, like in Delhi, this is a very crowded place, okay? And at every 1 kilometer or 2 kilometer, you will find the red lights here. Yeah. So if you run your car in such a place like in Delhi, so and you include the data of those long driving highways also, so you won't be able to measure the correct mileage of the car. Yes. So that's why what we need to do here to measure the correct mileage of the car, we should remove the data of those long driving on weekend. Yes, only then I will be able to know the actual mileage capability of my car, and then I should decide whether I should fuel more to my car or not. Yeah, so that's what I should have done in that example. So while measuring the process capability of any data, I should check the capability, I should check the normality of the data, whether my data is normal or not. Okay, yes.
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 So how to check that? Okay, let's do that now. With the help of Minitab, I'll let you know how to check whether my data is in normal distribution or not. So to check that, though I have already explained you how to check the data normality, isn't it? On that graph, oh, you have forgotten, no problem. I'll explain you it again. Let's say this is the data of cycle time, and on this data I want to check whether my this data is on normal distribution or not. So I have two different tools for doing this analysis of data normality. So the first tool is, let's go to stat, basic stat, and then graphical summary. So here it will give me the option of running graphical summary, and graphical summary will let me know whether my data is in normal distribution or not. So once I'll click on OK, it will give me this graph, and this graph will let me know whether my data is normal distributed or not, as well as this p value will also let me know. If this p value is less than 0.05, so that means my data is not in normal distribution. If the p-value is equal to or greater than 0.05, then I will say that my data is in normal distribution. So this is the first test that will let me know whether my data is in normal distribution or not. Now, the another tool is stat, basic statistics, and normality test. So let me show you again. Stat, basic statistics, and normality test. So this test will also let me know whether my data is in normal distribution or not. So for that, I have fetched the data by double clicking on the data, and will click on OK. It will give me this graph. So this graph is saying me whether my data is in normal distribution or not. So my data is not in normal distribution. So my data is not in normal distribution. So how to identify this? Because if you will look at here, the top end of the data, this is what these all are the data points. If I put my cursor on the red dot point, so it will give me the the numbers details in the data. Like here it is showing me in row number 967, there's a data point of cycle time with 4.33 minutes. If I'll move my cursor a little here and there, it will give me another figure. In row number 160, the cycle time data point is 4.44. Same goes here. Same goes here. Okay. So these all are the data points. Which data points which are falling is in this sample, because this is the sample on which I have plotted this graph. So how to understand, how to identify whether the data is in normal distribution or not? So if you will look at here, the top point, the upper part of this line, okay, if all the data points, if all the red dots are falling on exactly on this blue line on the top end, and as well as on the bottom end, all the data points falls on the blue line, okay, on the bottom and as well as on the top, then this data will be considered as a normal distributed data. If these data points are falling away from this blue line on the top end as well as on the bottom end. Now we cannot say the data is in normal distribution. So this is the graphical identification of data, whether this is in normal distribution or not. Now, this is the p-value. This will also let us know whether data is in normal distribution or not. So as per the p-value, if the p-value falls less than 0.05, so that means data is not
Normal.
in normal distribution. Yes. And if the p-value is equal to 0.05 or greater than 0.05, then we will say the data is in normal distribution. Okay. So as we have checked, the data is not in normal distribution. This data is not in normal distribution. So Minitab also gives me the option of converting the data into normality. Okay. So how to convert that? So for that, we have an option here in the Minitab, and that option is stat control charts box cox transformation. Okay, stat control charts box cox transformation, and once I will click in this box, all the relevant data will be appeared here, on which we can perform the transformation test. So I'm clicking on here, and once I clicked on here, all the data got appeared here. So now what was the data? Cycle time, which was not normal. So I'm just fetching this data cycle time into this box, and now subgroup size, it is asking how many data points are there in this sample or in this data set. So I said 3371. These are the data points in this data set sample. Now it is asking that post transforming the data into normality, where do I want to store it? So let's say, because I have the data points on this worksheet, I have the sample up to C35 column. So I have given an instruction to store the converted data in column C36, because here column C36 we have empty. Now if I'll click on OK, it will give me a graph, this one, and along with that graph it will give me the data. But the data C36, this is the data. The data is here. Now this is the transformed data. This is the transformed data. Okay. So, and this data came from where? This data came from here. Okay. Now, what Minitab has done? Minitab has converted this data into normality. But is it mandatory always for Minitab that it will convert the data into normality at any cost? No, this is not possible. Minitab tries to convert the data into normality, but if the data is very much non-normal, Minitab will also be not able to convert the data into normality. So what it will do then? It will try to bring it as nearest as possible to the normality distribution. So this is the data. Let's check it now whether it has converted this data. Minitab has converted this data into normality or not. So let's run the same test again. Okay, this time we are going to run the test on transform data to check whether the data is has been converted into normality or not. So transform data. Okay, let's click on OK. It has not converted the data into normality, but it has tried. Minitab has tried to convert the data into normality, but could not convert it completely normal. If we will compare the graph of pre transformation and post transformation, so can you see the difference, these two graphs?
Yes.
Yes, this is the data which is pre-transformed, and this is the graph post-transformed. So Minitab has tried to convert the data into normality but could not convert it in completely into normality. So now what it has done, it has converted as nearest as possible to the normality curve. So up in the pre-transformed data, it is very far away from the blue line on the both end, the top end and the bottom end. Same goes, but here it has tried to bring it nearest as nearest as possible to the blue line on the top end as well as on the bottom end. So now what we will do, we will we will measure the process capability on this transformed data, but all the analysis will go on this original data. All the analysis will go on this original data, but the process capability will be measured on this transformed data. Okay, now this was the way of measuring process capability on Minitab. If you want to measure the capability of any data on Minitab or of any continuous data, let's say this is the data of cycle time and this is a continuous data. So how to measure the process capability on Minitab? So just go to Stat, Quality Tools, Capability Analysis, Normal, okay, and just feed the data here on which we want to measure the capability, and then also click on here transform, because the data is not normal, so we need to convert it into normality. Always just put a check on sigma or z score also, because we want to identify the z score. Z score means the count of sigma, at how many sigma level my process is running right now. Okay, now this is asking whether the lower specification limit is or upper specification limit is applicable. So let's say for example I'm putting here upper specification limit, because this is the data of cycle time, and upper specification limit I'm putting here 2 minutes. Now I'm clicking on OK. So this is what it has given me. It has given me that pre-transformed data, the lower specification limit was nothing. Target, I had put nothing in the target. What was the USL? I had put 2.00, so that's why it is showing me here 2.00. What was the sample mean? The sample mean was 2.69271. What was the total number of data points on which we have run this process capability test? The 3371. After transformation means post transformation, these all are the details. So what is the process capability of my data? So the process capability of my data is, the sigma level of my process is minus 1.39. It gives me always two for the within capability and overall capability. So we have to refer the overall capability sigma level. So as per this process, this example, this process is running at minus 1.39 sigma level. Why? Because this is the USL. This is the USL, and I want my process not to be fallen beyond this limit. But as you are looking at here, 70% of my process or 80% of my process is falling beyond of the upper specification limit. So that's why my Z bench or sigma level is coming in minus 1.39. Okay, so that's what we do on Minitab. But how to calculate Z score on manually or on Excel, we can call it. So to measure the Z score, when upper specification limit is applicable, this is the formula. So let me explain you that here. Okay.
There is it again.
Sorry, say it again, please.
It's okay. Even the first S was okay.
Okay. Because this is manually drawn on
Yeah,
paint, so it cannot be that much perfect.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. So let's take an example of pizza. Okay. So let's take an example of pizza. So let's you go on some pizza outlet, and in that pizza outlet just you place an order that just we want to have a pizza, and while serving you the pizza that got delivered, that got late in serving you. So that got late, and then you started speaking to the outlet manager that why did you serve this so much late in 25 minutes, or would have been better if we would place the request or order for pizza delivery at our property or at our home rather than coming to your outlet. So the pizza outlet manager said that yes, there is an issue with the pizza delivery. So can you please help me out how to fix it? So in during the conversation, he came to know that you both are Six Sigma professional. So he said that, okay, gentlemen, can you help me out? You asked, okay, how can we help you out? So he said, just please, I'm giving you a data of yesterday, and just do a little analysis for me on that. So you said okay, and that pizza outlet manager gave you the data of last day of all the pizza deliveries, and while giving you the while giving you the data of pizza delivery, you asked him that okay, what is the pizza what is the upper specification limit or the benchmark. So of course for the benchmark, for the pizza is 30 minutes, and what is the average time, let's say for all for from that pizza delivery time, you calculated the average pizza delivery time of yesterday. So let's say the average pizza delivery time came up here 25 minutes. 25 minutes. And from the same data you calculated the standard deviation. The standard deviation was, let's say, 5 minutes. Okay. So now, what is the formula? If you will look at here, okay, the pizza delivery time, being a pizza delivery pizza outlet manager, you would like to see pizza delivery time increasing or decreasing?
Decreasing.
Gosley,
Racing.
okay. So which formula should be applicable on pizza
Second
delivery?
one.
The first one, USL minus mean divide standard deviation.
Yes, the first one will be applicable when USL, because in pizza delivery, the USL is applicable. And when USL is applicable, we will use the upper one. Okay. USL minus mean. So in this formula,
Sorry here. Can I interrupt you?
yes, Kamal, what happened?
We said before that when calculating the Z score
Yeah.
for reducing the defect,
Yes.
we use the formula USL minus mean divided by the standard deviation.
Yes. Yes. The metric that you would like to see reducing, like
To reduce the time, yes.
yes. Yeah. So USL minus mean. So it will be 30 minus 25. 30 minus 25. Divided by
5.
standard deviation. Yes, divided by 5. So this will be 5 divided by 5.
1.
Okay, so this will be 1 sigma. Okay. So see, what is process capability? So process capability will always be the count of standard deviations, which can be fit between USL and mean, Okay, the count of standard deviation which can be fit between USL and mean. That will be the sigma level of that process. But this formula is applicable only when you are working on the CTQ where USL is applicable. Okay, so this will be the Z score. Now, you said to the outlet manager, pizza outlet manager, that your process is running at 1 sigma level, but he doesn't know about 1 sigma, 2 sigma and all, because he is not a 6 sigma professional like you. So he said to both of you that I do not know anything about 6 sigma, 1 sigma, 2 sigma. Just I want to know that how many deliveries will be crossed 30 minutes out of how many. So just he wants to know from you, DPO. He wants to know from you DPO. DPO means defects per opportunity. Yes. Okay. And how to refer DPO, how to find out the DPO? For that, we have a table which is called a Z table. And that Z table okay, so this is the Z table. If you will look at the screen, the top row and the most left column are representing the sigma levels or sigma scores here. These all are the sigma values: 0.10, 0.20, 0.30, 1.40. These all are the sigma values. Same goes on the top row, 0.02, 0.03, and so on. These all are the sigma values. Then what these values are for here in the mid? So these all are the DPOs. If you will look at here, 5.00 exponential to the power 001, 4.96 exponential to the power 001, like that. So these all are DPO, defect per opportunities. Like if any process is running at 0.70 sigma level, so what will be the DPO or defects per opportunity rate? So the defects per opportunity rate will be at 0.70, 2.42 exponential to the power 001. That means if any process is running at 0.70, so how many will be defects? Defects will be 2.42 at every 10 opportunities. If any process is running at 1.60 sigma level, so what will be the DPO? The DPO will be 5.48 exponential to the power 002. So the defect rate will be 5.48 at every 100 opportunities. If any process is running at 2.60, what will be the defect rate or DPO? The DPO will be 4.66 at exponential to the power 003. That means 4.66 at every 1,000 opportunities. Okay. If any process is running at 2.66. So we have to find out the intersection point of 2.6 is from here and 0.06 from here. So the intersection point of 2.66 will be where? 2.66 just here. So this point will be the intersection of 0.06 and 2.66. So if any process is running at 2.66 sigma level, so the DPO will be, the defects rate will be 3.91 exponential to the power 0.001. That means 3.91 at every 1000 opportunities. Okay, so that's how we refer this table for sigma level and DPO level. Have you understood, or do I need to explain it again? Kamal and Jocelyn?
Yes.
One more time.
One more time. Okay. What is the sigma level here?
1.
1. I need to check the DPO. DPO means defects per opportunities. That what will be the defects rate if any process is running at 1 sigma level. So for that, simply what I'll do, I'll go to here, and where's the 1.00. So I'll
Yes.
say that the defect rate will be 1.59
Yes.
exponential to the power 0.001.
Yes.
Okay, so exponential to the power 0.001 means 10. Exponential to the power 0.002 means 100. Exponential to the power 0.003 means 1000. Okay. Now, if right now we are getting here 1.00 sigma, 1.00 sigma, okay, but if it would have been like 1.56 rather than 1.00, if it would have been 1.56, so we would refer 1.5 from here and 1.56, so 0.06 from here, or let's say 1.57, so 1.5 from here, 0.07 from here. Okay, so the intersection point of these two, so the 1.57, so 1.57 will be
Got it.
yeah, this one. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's say if I had sigma level like 1.99, so 1.9 from here and 0.09 from here, so 1.99.
2.33.
Yes,
Okay.
2.33 exponential to the power 0.02. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So now we have to mention 1.59 exponential to the power 0.001. So 1.59 exponential to the power 0.001. Okay. Now it can be written in this way also. (1.59) divided by 10. So now you can speak to the PIDS outlet manager that your process is running at 1 sigma level, and at every 10 opportunities there is a probability that 1.5 deliveries, or let's say in a round figure, the 2 deliveries will be crossed the time of 30 minutes. Okay. From the DPO, you can identify the DPM also. From the DPO, you can identify the DPMO also. So DPMO will be just DPO multiplied by 1 million. Okay. So simply this will be 1.59 multiplied by 10 to the power 5. Okay. Now the pizza outlet manager wants to ask you that what is the fail percentage of my process. what is the fail percentage of my process? So the fail percentage will always be DPO multiplied by 100. DPO multiplied by 100. Okay. So DPO will be 1.59, 1.59 divided by 10 multiplied by 100. So this will be the fail percentage of the
Sorry,
process.
sir. Excuse me.
Yes, Kamal?
15.9.
Up to DPO.
Yeah. Are you speaking to me, Kamal? Do you have any question?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Speak up, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
You wrote DPO on this example, huh?
Yes.
DPO equals to 1.59 divided by 10.
Yes.
DMPO, you wrote 1.59.
Sorry. This is not DMPO. This is DPMO. Sorry. This is
DPMO.
DPMO. Yeah. Defects per
million.
million opportunity.
Per
Yes.
million.
This is DPMO.
Million opportunity.
Yeah. Defects per million opportunity. Yes. So
Okay.
defects per million opportunity. Yes.
Defect per million. You wrote
Opportunities.
it equals to 1.59.
Yes.
You forget to divide it by 10, no?
What I did it directly rather than, because here this is 10 to the power 6.
Okay.
Okay. So just
Sorry.
avoiding those manual
All right.
interventions. So that's why I just mentioned it directly.
Yeah.
Okay. So what is the fail percentage? So the fail percentage will be DPO multiplied by 100. So 1.59 divided by 10 multiplied by 100. So 15.9%. So what will be the past percentage of the process? So past percentage of the process will be pass percentage of the process fail percentage. Okay, so 100 minus 15.9. So that will be
84.1.
1. Yeah. So what does it mean? It means that if any process is running at 1 sigma level, so what will be the defective production rate in that process? So the defective production rate or defective parts production will be 15.9%. And what will be the defect free production rate? So the defect free production rate will be 84.1%. Okay. Now, what will be the Z short term? What will be the Z short term? The Z short term will be 1.5 plus Z long term. This is my Z long term. I'll explain you what is the difference between a Z long term and Z short term. Okay. Z long term is 1.00. Okay, so this is my Z short term, right? So now you must have a question that what is Z long term and Z short term, because we always work on a sample, not on the population. Z long term, whatever you calculate the sigma level directly, that is calculated for the Z long term. Whatever we uh, come up with the score value from the formula, that Z score will be for the Z long term always. Okay, and Z short term will always be for the sample. So how to get the Z short term? So to get the Z short term score value, we have to add 1.5 to the Z long term. Okay, why to add 1.5 to Z long term? Because Z long term is supposed to be the sigma level for population, and we never use the data of population for doing the analysis. We use the data of sample. So that's why to convert Z long term into Z short term, we add 1.5 to Z long term. But why to add 1.5? Because this is the standard. Why this is standard? So for that, let's discuss it with an example. We have a data of 12 months, and out of those 12 months data, we have collected a sample of 2 months. So do we have the equal number of defects of in 2 months as we have the number of defects in 12 months?
No.
Jocelyn?
I
Of
think
course
no,
no.
no. Yes,
Of
no.
course no. Because in 12 months data, if you have, let's say, 300 defects, and if I say that Jocelyn just extract the data of 2 months from the 12 months, so of course, if the 12 months data contains 300 defects, so 2 months of data will contain only, let's say, 60 or 30 defects. That's it. Yes or no?
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So when we have a less number of defects, the sigma level will go higher or lower?
Higher.
Higher. So when we are working on a sample, let's say 2 months data is a sample and 12 months data is a population. Yes,
Yes.
12 months data is a population and 2 months data is a sample. So when we are converting the population data into sample, when we are converting it 12 months from 12 months into 2 months, so the defects will go down, the count of defects will go down,
Yes.
Yes.
and when the count of defects will go down, the sigma level will go high. Yes, Kamal?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so how much will be the fluctuation? So the fluctuation in the sigma level will be 1.5. So that's why it's been, yeah, it's been made as an standard that whenever you will convert Z long term into Z short term, whenever you will convert the Z score from population to the sample, you will have to add the 1.5, because while converting from population into sample, the number of defects will be reduced. So subsequently, the sigma level must also be increased. So how much will be increased? 1.5. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the logic behind it. So today we have covered the sigma, I mean, how to measure the process capability, but still it's not been completed so far, because we have to cover the another formula also. The oh, where that has gone. the formula of z-score, mean minus LSL divided by standard deviation. Also, we have to cover the DPMO. Okay, so this will be covered in the next session. And please,
Next.
I suggest you to install the Minitab in your laptop or desktop, so that you can also have a hands-on on data analysis, and later on you can perform it on your own profile in your own organization.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Welcome,
Thank you very
welcome,
much,
Kamal,
everybody.
and yes, welcome, Jocelyn. Let's meet. Let's catch up the next Friday, yeah, at
Okay.
12:30. Okay.
Okay.
So there is difference in time between. Sorry.
The 12th. Oh. I'm sorry. I'm
10
just
o'clock.
giving.
10 o'clock.
Yeah, 10 o'clock. For you, that's a 10 o'clock because I'm connecting from India, so it's a 12:30.
Josie is from Qatar.
Sorry.
Josie is in Qatar now.
Yes, with my wife.
Okay.
So it's 10 here in Qatar.
Okay.
Okay.
And what's
See you.
about you, Kamal? Are you also with the family or alone?
With family.
Oh, great. So just enjoy your time, guys.
Thank you very much.
Have a nice
Okay,
weekend.
enjoy weekend. Have a great time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Papa, pencil चलो pencil. Papa.
واو محمد بن وليد ممية يا ممية